Health Education Human Service Committee. Eshid Eya Ecuador. Eya Benache Hitojo is Nani Lindo Lestije Ako Kodo Eya Beshman Sani Tliniki, the Kunit Eshid Eya Eco Honit Londo Shieto Honorable Dr. Andy Nes do Eya coordinate Ako Eshid Benache Eya Kodo be Vaseline do list Ako. So Kodo 10:08 a.m. I'll call the meeting to order. So with that, roll call, staff.
Good morning, Chairman Vince James and honorable members of the Health Education Human Services Committee. Roll call for the Health Education Human Services Committee of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, regular meeting, June 28, 9 a.m. Twin Arrows time, 10 a.m. Winter Rock time. Roll call, Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Honorable Helena Nesbegay answered roll call. Honorable Vince R. James. Honorable Vince R. James answered roll call. Dr. Andy Nez. Honorable Andy Nez.
Get your educator ID or your social and all the other system.
Honorable Andy Nez
I graduated
on the line via Zoom. Honorable Jermaine Simonson.
Near the call.
Honorable Jermaine Simonson.
Department of Education. certification.
Honorable Jermaine Simonson is excused. Honorable George Toth.
I'm present, ma'am.
Honorable George Toth answered roll call. Honorable Curtis Yanito.
Certification on it. We'll have to ask you to call us back.
Honorable Curtis
Hello,
Yanito.
hello, hello, hello.
Honorable Curtis
Hello?
Yanito did not answer roll call. Chair, you have 4 members
Hello?
present, that's including yourself, which constitutes a quorum.
Here Kodod and Shumasan, thank you for the roll call. Doshi the Nasonan do the invocation so the Zindinigi Ecuador do I have a volunteer? Anybody like to do invocation for us this morning? Mr. Spencer Willie, can you assist us with the invocation this morning?
Sure. Our Father in heaven, we're grateful for this day. We're grateful for the opportunity in which we are able to gather together in this meeting to be able to discuss the important work that needs to go forward for the Navajo people, for education, for our young people, for our communities. We're grateful that we have been each called to serve in the capacity as servants to our community, for speaking out on behalf of their needs and for their help. And we're grateful that we have this opportunity to serve, and we pray that Thou would give us strength, give us direction, give us guidance. We're grateful to be in this location today. We know that Thou has provided us safety and security, which we're grateful for. We're grateful for our families and for their love and support, for their well-being as well. We ask that Thou would watch over them, protect them, and keep them safe as we are away from them, as well as our homes and our flocks and the other things in which we are stewards over. Pray that Thou would continue to bless us this day, that we may have Thy Spirit to be with us, guide us and direct us, to inspire us and give us insights into the things that we should be doing, the work that needs to go forward.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Willie, for that invocation ikihan skago ko. Kodo shid e nasonan dole announcement siki akona en hananas ko. Kodo da nahasi tani beshma sa anit liniki. Announcements. Committee members, are there any announcements? I don't see Honorable Dr. Andy Nez with his hand raised on Zoom. So with that, there is no announcements. Tomorrow we do have several things going on tomorrow. And first one is the Nabik Iati meeting that we'll be having tomorrow. So HEHSC is called Ajin Hinan Nishnada Hadle Hinleko. Ado Nana, the upcoming regular meetings for HEHSC is going to be July 12th and then July 26th. Ado the Navajo Nation Council summer session July 17th through the 21st. Ako Adi ya what announcement in Linigishi Kodoba Bahweshnet do Lako. Achide ya nasonan do Lako. Item number 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. Ako Kodo Beshma Sa'anani Linigi Health Education Human Service Committee, the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Ya Kodo Nihilponi Lon Leako Shal Kahasi Lo Ado Isanots Aegi Alto Yad Ehako. Kodot not sort of na igi kodo yad ihbinin hidini do little ado kodo a big a heat shat kahasi lo kohono lonigi a hihan hidini do little hihan hano yako don hada huishi sheet an hid a in hijeda da hotzi lako di quaigi is to higi but hinane kego a hanza she hen not dol kitlako. Okoko Ebenina sheet or Akonitz sheet Eya Ekodo. I'll recognize each and every one of you guys, all those individuals that are on the call do Litlako Nana from Speaker's Office. We have representation, Mr. Lester Yazi, and then also our Speaker's Chief of Staff, Mr. Manuel Rico, President's Office then yes do Nahadins and the Shashin President Nigrin the Japelin da Huit Nahodo do Aden Hanit Dako everyone star every Wednesday is neatly in the echo but the house dot Archie Jokodat the Oko Honat Kodo Tato that jis do benach yada to kodo na dikit lini da holon ben ya kwaigi da hojelo do lehle do da hojel neta ishin hit out hot from President Nigrin and Vice President Montoya's office ako hot shid ya Ecuador recognition guest and visiting official like ishla do item number 2 Item number 3, review and adopt the agenda sheet or Asian Ecuador Bana Holgis or little Kate Hona Kodo Batani Lind or little by Yale Kate that's Tohishi Kodon Hitch Edo Trahako Shamata Miss Benali. And then for the record, let it reflect that we do have another Honorable Curtis Yanito on the call as well. Doyat ehebene Shinaldo Dashia. Honorable Yanito. Ms. Benali.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone. You, Mr. Chair, and members of the Health Education Human Services Committee, you have your proposed agenda for the Health Education Human Services Committee 25th Navajo Nation Council regular meeting, June 28, 2023. And the time is for 9 a.m. Twin Arrows in Arizona time and 10 o'clock Window Rock and Navajo Nation time. Presiding the Honorable Vince R. James, Chairperson. Place is the Twin Arrows Dene Conference Center at Twin Arrows, Navajo Nation, Arizona. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. We have June 5th, 2023 as a special meeting, June 6th, 2023, special meeting, June 7th, 2023, special meeting, June 14th, 2023, regular meeting, June 21st, 2023, regular meeting. Number 5, receiving reports. A is a report by the Navajo Nation Board of Education, and it includes an overview of the Navajo Nation Board of Education presentation. It will include an overview, some program summary, program staffing, vacancies, personnel, program changes, solutions, timeline of solutions, and 3 challenges of each for Navajo Nation, the federal level, and the states of Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. The objectives will include goals and accomplishments. Issues is an overview of the Navajo Nation Board of Education presentation. Second is the Navajo Nation Board of Education Plan of Operation. Next is the strategy and timeline of securing a hire for the Navajo Nation Superintendent of Schools, including recruitment. Next is the status of implementing Dene language criteria and curriculum requirements, including Navajo Nation, BIE, and tribally controlled schools, the state schools, and also tracking Navajo students enroll in Dene language and cultural courses. Next is the plans to establish a Navajo Nation as a state educational agency. Next is the status of updated DOTI and program plans of operation. Next is the DOTI education building renovation as to code plans. And it includes accessing Navajo Nation, FRF, ARPA funds for renovation and repairs. Next is encouraging the coordination of work efforts with programs internally and externally, i.e. Office of Background Investigations, OBI, and the BOSBA, Dene School Board Association, etc. Next is the strategic plans with DHR to establish a human resource department within DOTI. Next is initiate, coordinate, or review data sharing agreements with BIE, states of Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. Next is the strategy for data collection of school size, funding, employees, community service population, student population, student raise, dropout rate, student career and college university preparation. To address to eliminate higher education requirements for remedial courses or as remedial courses, and also the graduation rates, etc. And this would include funding for hardware from Navajo Nation FRF, ARPA funds for information technology. And last is the policy consideration for policy consideration for homeschool curriculum coordinating with higher education courses. This would include dual enrollment for homeschool high school and higher education institutions, including colleges and universities, etc. Presenters of the Navajo Nation Board of Education, and you have your list of board members: Dr. Pauletta White, President, as an administrator representative; Andrea K. Thomas, Vice President, as a teacher representative; Dr. Henry Fowler, as the traditional Navajo culture; Joanne A. Gray, as a parent representative; Emerson John, as a traditional Navajo culture representative; Spencer W. Willie, as a parent representative. The next board is the elected status, and you have Mary Begay with Chinle Agency, Nadine Chato, Eastern Agency, Dellard Curley, Secretary for the board and representing Western Agency, Frida Nels, Northern Agency, Sharon Totachitney, Fort Defiance Agency. Invited are Claudia Edgewater, Interim Superintendent, Department of Dene Education. Also, Derek Franklin, Senior Program Planner and Interim Program Manager for ODAC with DOTI. 6 is old business, none. 7, new business, none. 8, close the meeting, announcements, adjournment, and a listing of the following meetings. The regular meeting for the Health, Education, Human Services Committee will be July 12th, 2023. The Navajo Nation Council Summer Session will begin July 7th through 21st, 2023. And the Health, Education, Human Services Committee regular meeting will be July 26th, 2023. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Shema, thank you. Kodo the agenda give a hotla need lean on the Kate Aston hitch and Nathan Trasaleko. Committee members, Kodobe, Kate Spell, Kate Nas, Stinkleko, Hela Kodobe, Dotna, Honorable Courtesy Nito, Ado Dan Shadet, Honorable Helena Nesbike, Hudaye, Kate Aj Doditla, Flashman, Dotkit, she's not Ash, Honorable Toth.
Chair, thank you. Good morning. To here, quite lananitli. To staff and Senigi to Ken High Sokagi. To Mr. Curtis Tonhania and Zadi. At Ipen. Netahil Zahaja Eyal Dandin. Good morning to all the chair, adult staff and Senigi. I would like to on July 12th, I'd like to have a report made from the youth department. Whoever's in charge of that program will have to have a report to the committee because we have some issues and also the budget issue on July 12th. I know each agency has a youth center and there's a director and also whoever oversees that. Edin Hidesh chair, motion party as we got.
Okay. Bel case of Zenishin Kodon Hitch at AI ye kids linko. Ashi de July 12th, the Iki next meeting at the Shin de Ikato Bidotso. Oko Ashi what esta Ashin had banana dosso on our agenda. Ado Nana da Kodo add-on deletions corrections to the agenda Kodo Bikahotani Linigi Ashid Eya Equaigi Shmasane Ashid Eya Equadonal Sos Belke no Ajigi Nihioke Diklato Bidozo Ajihigi Ashid Eya do Bijit Bakat Ako ya Mr. Roy Tracy. Department of the Net Education, Ashi Ajit Aya Bidotso as a staff, Adonana Verna Thomas Elto, Ado Dr. Shayla Yellow Hair, Ashi what Adhak or Aya Ecuador, Babidotso, Ashi Elto Lato, Natikido Shi Elto Aya Adet not on, Hada Hatzito Lefbenia Hishi A what Abijit Bidotso no Kodon Hioke, the Kobelke no Ajigi. Oko Ashi Nihilta Koya, Honorable Yanito, and then Honorable Nesbike, Ko Ashi, will add on those names, Mr. Tracy, Ms. Thomas, and then Dr. Yellow Hair, to be added to the Dodi listing. So, are there any others? Add-on corrections, deletions? Committee members no Linigi, Kodoshi na Kikuna and Hitch Nadol Tato Nacha Kodo Belke Nadi Kahan Lenko, Miss Benali.
Yes, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. This is the second reading for the proposed agenda for the regular meeting, June 28, 2023. And the meeting place is Twin Arrows Dene Conference Center in Twin Arrows, Navajo Nation, Arizona. You have an amendment in addition to the agenda to include under 5, under invited for the Department of Dene Education to include Mr. Roy Tracy, Ms. Berna Thomas, and Dr. Sheila Yellow Hair. Mr. Chair.
Nana, Shema, thank you. Committee members, Kodoshi, agenda Kodo, Nihitato, Nine Sosdo, Lapetahasto, Gin Hitcher Yelka, Adobel, Kate Aj, Yake Niyahiki, Ye di snagi da honorable courtesy nito do ye ke ni yagi honorable Helena Nesbigay. Achinde ya ikodo da roll call lando lihlako. Honorable da Helena Nesbigay. Honorable da Dr. Nes.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Dr. Nes.
I vote green.
Honorable George Toll. Honorable Curtis Unito. Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson is excused. So with that, I don't have a text from Honorable Dr. Nez. Did he text? Oh, okay. So with that, we do have Honorable Dr. Nez via texting green on agenda. So with that, we do have 4 committee members voting in favor and 1 excused and chair not voting. So with that, we do have an adopted agenda. Kodo item number 4, review and adopt the journals. June 5th, special meeting, June 6th, special meeting, June 7th, special meeting, June 14th, regular meeting, June 21st, regular meeting. In his email adalia committee members no linigi ako khait ashe iya ibe na otleto le adat elcho iya ibe be hadol na to be ke no as ido da za ahtao al ke hona o e what abe otle le ako committee members no linigi honorable Toth.
Go ahead and motion to accept the journals. June 5, 6, 7, also June 14 and 21. A motion combined as is. Thank you.
Kwashina HEHSC na ash ado ye ke ne yahage honorable Yanito what are ye ke ne yado leka Asian 80 art and it kodo lahnitli atlasitli ke de nal tosta bakat na hasto ge what are the dol soston alke dot nelcho kot are be ke ne it ajako committee members no linigi kodon hiltan hasis tanish la na adult kit dos la na adult kita atengo koshid iya ikodo bel ke sini benachet iya ikodo iya roll call vote non-do lako. So with that, Honorable Helena Nesbigay, Honorable Dr. Andy Nes,
Good morning. I vote green.
Honorable Dr. Andy Nes,
Green.
Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson is excused. Honorable Toth, Honorable Curtis Unito. With that, we did receive via text from Honorable Dr. Andy Nez voting green on journals. So with that, we do have 4 in favor, 1 excused, and chair not voting to adopt the journals for June 5th, 6th, 7th, 14th, and the 21st.
Delegate Simonson votes green.
Journals Kate Kate na update do lako kot lako kashid na sonando list. Item number 5, receiving report. Ashid Ecuador Banahol Jido list A reports now for Nation Board of Education. Aje Ultra has anje kojit nebekaya hahot has anje benat notleni gishid kwagi banahol jido list lako. Ado ke da hana out Cordoba yadol titon ishan edol ligi alto okay. And then for the record, make it known that we do have Honorable Vice Chair Delegate Jermaine Simonson on the Zoom call. Ke da hana on Cordoba and Hitler Hosnet do list a overview of the program summary, program staffing, vacancies, personnel, program challenges, solution, timeline of the solutions as of being a now for Nation Board of Education. Adonana, your three challenges of the Navajo Nation, the federal, Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. Asian, your challenges as being the Navajo Nation Board of Education. Other your objectives, your goals, and your accomplishments as the Navajo Nation Board of Education. Asian Eya Ecuador, Ben Hisnahos Neto Lesto. Ado Okoneed Eya Ecuador, Kate Soho. Eight ba yaltieto nihil istan ako liashid id aita ako shanat notlinigi kodo Board of Education notlinigi the Navajo Nation Board of Education Plan of Operation big aho nahnesto big aho oslahanda leto big aho eya kodona nesh inigi shin to eshi lato nihil istan ako do lito kodon Beshban Sani Linito Eya Bahna Adil Kille Ako Doba Hanet Zille Ako Ashi Laton Hit Ishan Oholeto Lil Adonana, the timeline of securing and hiring the Navajo Nation Superintendent of School. Ashi to Aja Etzelate Daseta Ultra Ultra Saan has Anje Ako Ashi to Aja Ben Hit was Neto Lishka Ella Holzish Do Hala Eya benach nishla jokot ao in hilchihodos listoko Adonana akone kodo height ao dene sad kodo the nek sad no kadi in the nebazad linigi ajibin tindo baya tieto nan tinda belinda hot ahigi don halchinda aji da hot ahigi ilke da hona ao da da bakat ko Asian dot kodo ben hos net do lis ako aj ultra adat ao big dest do ultra igi ad ao base on lineage de yos do be has ani bel hadatit ko base aj de yos any Asian dot ben hos net do lis as the Navajo Nation BIE tribally controlled schools the state Asian what ado Arjunal Sosan Lini Dashin Hitlihan Dahan Dato Ben Hithan Net Eat on Halchina Kunila Sadi Yaltkit do Kodao in hit it no the sheet not Sosan Lini Bakan has Soko sheet Ajo what Abin Hit was net do list Ado Akojitene better or ancient Linigi has Anje Oko the cultural courses Linigi shin top ben hit was net do lis ako Adonana akone plan to establish the Navajo Nation as a state education agency. Aj hos doha hotzo do yo toha hotzo do oshin bi toha hotzo hit ao aj ultra and Linigi ben an neshi do kate nan sosen do neligi sheet ha la hol jishla akut ala hinahat ane akut ala isla toba yaltkitne la ha la hol jish akut oko nana the status of update Dodi and programs plan of operation kodo dam ultra benand no so okon hiya da anniston hitato dan nada al da ako at da annisho bis na has oko aji aho del nishigi be has an in linigi shin to ben hit was net do lis ako Adonana Dodi education building renovations to co-plans. Alto oko la alto hit to ba yaltkit la oko ko ajikin be na so tado be lahanda leto be don nesto be do da anishigi kin sa ani la hit aj hajol da do nith be hos as do be hos do as da hot ben hit in da hoist doch no be hada ze ko la elto ha la hol jistan hit hol jisla jo Asian to ben hit hol net do les ko Nana encouraging the coordination of work and efforts with program initially and internally Office of Background Investigation the BOZA etc Asian thought kodo nache na nation liniki beta ol ka oko ade okot ha lan hol jishla jo do o hayubetsask has ana nation linigi jokodat to okohat la ben hit na hot itla okon en hit no go ad nate nakhe leda ado la eban jiyadon den ada Kate han the bakat the ko a the do nan hin the background investigation OBI that don't need a jokot a ben his no unle selin ko adonana strategic plans with DHR Division of Human Resource to establish a human resource department with Dodi Ashint Eya Equaje na Neshwake do na Neshpita old Kanto Ajib Benia E na Neshil Iniki Asati Eya Inkil has Ando Asati Eya Equaje an Hina Neshpita old Kahido Ajinal Sosnan Dehiki an Hibik Denit Edo Listo no Ebeha Zina Doko El Alto E Ha La Hol Jishla to establishing your own human resource department to deviate away from Department of Personnel Management. Jo laha hol jistro Asian to Kodobe and his was neto lisnana. Initiate, coordinate, or renew data sharing agreements with BIE, Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. Asian thought Ecuador got the dot Asligi, Alto, do case in Nelta, the Chineta Ostraigi. Hidden now be hit was neto be Eastern or Finosendo Lehigi jo quite not so space got that anegi at the net and Stoko Asian Stoka and his position Lenko Adonana strategies for data collection of school size funding employees community service population student race dropout, student career, college, university preparation, address to eliminate higher education requirements for remedial courses, graduation rates. Asian thought aje hit out benach nation lenko. Did not sos bekan the has to go ultra has anje hanel lat aje beso ya hin deto hanel na itne ajen dat nish ado na nation linear and the has anko. Ado aje ultra nas nelje aje jechida os inigi ado nan ultra dan lini da ako ado da ultra in linigi asto aje keta hona ako hit ni hit hol jishin le ako do the quid alchine da ultra dan le ako ado nana hotta da ultra has anje nan honana ako halid sato banaho ado sato baba yalti le ako ado nana aje hotta da ultra igi aje has anigi elto ako aje hashit eshi remedial courses de neko elto hit aban so kesen leko do hit abanas nation leko adon da iltra has anje elto kon da iltra the quid ke da hona das to da bakao ko shin la to ben hit na hos net do elto ko adonana policy consideration for the homeschool curriculum coordination with higher education and courses dual enrollment for homeschool, high school, and higher education institute, college, universities. Dishin to hisbahos and shin chinit ahwande yanda but in tiendo ahwando da ostra and lenko shin to to ben his was net do lesako shin hot out ecuador ni his ishana hosle to let ajit and ultra benand no seniki eko aje a large dasan dahigi eko Dr. Paletta White she Ecuador hot abed his na hot net do listo but na hasan taniki ado nana kodo Miss Andrea K. Thomas, Vice President do Dr. Henry Fowler shina to consata da gita oko Asian is do oko ado nana Joe Gray do Emerson John do Spencer Willie she is do Asian hot ajibin his da hot net do list do sato oko ado nana kodo sato nahada is neliki Asian is thought Ecuador ben his was net do list do aje ultra benand no seniki that's dashin na so tranko. I think there's 11 school board members. Asian hot aje nahada astohishi hit ashin he betra dot ato ashin he handa hos shin kodo ni hit nahados ne lenko ado asato ultra she is thought Nacheta Shamasana interim superintendent Aja Ultra Salate the Hasta has Anje she a Miss Claudia Edgewater she thought he caught another what do little Ado, Mr. Derek Franklin, Sheen do Sato Nana, Mr. Roy Tracy do, Miss Verna Thomas do, Dr. Sheila Yellowhair, Sheen do Islato, Kodo Yen Hilton the Hadnet do Lit Kodon Hitchet Nasal Taigi Eco, Okot out the Kodo, Department of the Net Education has Ando do Board of Education, Sheen what out in Hilton Hosnet do Litako, Kot Ela, what out in all sauce, Bakar and Lenko. An here she don't know the neck at your job net she don't know when na out the neck at your bahas neko. How does she that say ya art be laganik at your nash don't need she abe laganik at your nando little oko. So what Ella? So with that, I'll go ahead and give the floor over to Department of the Net Education and the Now Foundation Board of Education. So with that, I don't know who's going to start off first. But on here it says report from the Now Foundation Board of Education. So with that, I'll go ahead and give you the floor, Ms. Dr. Paletta White, President, Administrative Representative. You have 20 minutes to provide your report. If you need additional time at the end, I don't know how much additional time you will need at the end. You see how far you are on your presentation. Ado da ilts koko she belke na asin do leko ado bekedo belke net ado ina de kitten linigi kodo bana hoidish after na sistranigi akot ela ako ado please just remember to state your name for the record alto ashi hot edo leto ashin shi ada da hado zilako. So with that, if you have no questions, or if you have questions, this would be the time. But before I start the time, I would like to give you some time that we don't take it off the 20 minutes is for you guys to do your introduction as a Board of Education and then Department of the Net Education Administration staff without taking no time away from the 20 minutes. So with that, I'll go ahead and give you the floor. And then once you guys complete your introduction, I'll go ahead and start the 20 minutes to providing your presentation. Dr. White, the floor is yours.
Dr. Paletta White, that's a gene. The line to change slow to watch any buses change to in the shade of my discussion national about our son and slow administrative representative should know I should all so 8 year to here and Rano con couldn't hit or needy by Henson.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Andrea Thomas, Yanishia, Nishla, Kluga, Bushishchi, Kitlachini, Dishiche, Toda Kuja Dashanella. And I'm the teacher representative appointed on the board, and I am a public school educator in New Mexico.
Sharon Todicini, I represent for Defiance Agency, Kitlachini, and Shlom, Moda, Tribe, Bushishchin, Todicini, Dashiche, Belagan, Dashanella. Good morning.
Yat I have been Joan Gray and she at Twitter eating a slon to Ohana Bashashin, but Annie Dashachedo, as a planet Dashanella could out in the son and Schledo. Parent representative should know a Shikhodini from Honorable former President Jonathan Nance, got out a and his one slon.
Good morning, everyone. This is Nadine Chado.
Morning, everyone. Got a bene. She Spencer Willie in a share. Ye touching in slon sinabithni a bushing. Ashin dashache, Kiani dashanella. I'm from Fort Defiance. I was born and raised in Fort Defiance most of my life, but my mother is Tina Holiday Willie. She's from Ojeto, northern part of the reservation. My father was the late Wilbert Anderson Willie from down south of Gallup, Chachilta. And so that's who I am. I have family from both the northern side and the southern side of the reservation. But I live in Fort Defiance, and I have 4 children that have gone through, well, some of them have gone through the education system at Window Rock, as well as some are still continuing to go through the education system. So I'm grateful to be here. I'm the parent representative. I was appointed back by Jonathan Nez's administration, and I'm continuing to serve a 6-year term. So I'm grateful to be here, and hopefully we get a chance to be able to share with you some of the things that we have prepared. So thank you.
Yeah, my name is Dillard Curley. Yeah, the net touching Shlondo to the Lana Bashing. That's top on that should shade all Hanagani. That's another. I'm the Western Agency representative, also the Board of Education Secretary. That's who I am. I'm originally from Tzapikin, Arizona. That's where I just came in from. So thank you for all that are here, and also those that are online.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nadine Chado, and I am representing Eastern Agency.
Good morning, everyone. Claudia Edgewater and she my discussion Shlon to look at Nebashin other Chisha Edashe to Topaha Edashnella. Hakot Ego Dened Sunchle. I'm the acting superintendent for Department of Education. Good morning to everybody and everyone online as well. Yeah.
Yad e bene she ya Derek Franklin in Shado Kia anin shona kaiden abashin twitch ini ada should say nana oge dashanala Tsabaga hot zanishin shenanisholo Office of the Accountability do compliance they linigi ibanashnish. Okay.
Yat ed anolsko shenat ani she verna Thomasian shia kintlachitni in shlot shishibashichin when the rani dashichedo na kaidene dashinale ado the nebazado be all in linigi a never language and culture disne a kwagi nashnish.
Yeah, it's been Shayla Yellow Hair Unisha, Twitter Kujanishly, Nanish Ajatachini Bashishtin, Tabahai, Dashache, Bipitotni Dashanale. I'm from 45 Arizona. I'm the program manager for Cognia Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Ja, ik ben een CE tolik ozinsle, Trobaham Bashishtin, Honor HEHSC Nation Aldo Head Start, a Banashnish delegated assistant superintendent. Program manager, statistician for the Office of Educational Research and Statistics for Diné Education. My name is Roy Tracy.
Good morning, Kristen Lowell. I'm an attorney with the Office of Legislative Counsel, and I am the attorney for the HEHSC committee.
We also have two board members online, Ms. Chato and Ms. Nels. Can you briefly introduce yourselves quickly?
Chato, can you go ahead?
Ms. Nadine Chato and Ms. Frida Nels are also online. They have joined our meeting. So we'll go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Okay,
Can
what
you
we're going to
hear
do
me?
is just an overview of Navajo Nation Board of Education, some of the challenges that we have encountered, and then some of our goals. And then we'll address the issues that was presented to us in the further down. But overview, we feel good that we do have a full board. In the prior years, there was the board was not complete. So with the appointments from the former President Jonathan Nez, we do have full 11 members now. So he needs in. And with that, with the turnover and with the new boards getting elected, we've been going updates and everything. So right now for our program, as far as our job of overseeing DOTI, Department of Diné Education, we do have 2 vacancies which are key, and that's our Superintendent of Instruction. And we also have our Administrative Assistant for the Board of Education. And right now, the superintendent position is being advertised. And so as of yesterday, we were told that there is 1 applicant thus far who has applied, and they're going through the process of getting evaluated to make sure that they do meet the minimum qualifications for the position. And also administrative assistant. She left, so that key person will also be that position will be filled. And then some of the challenges we have as a board, we notice through our Board of Education meetings is the HR process, the human resource process. It's very time consuming and it's very lengthy, and there's a lot of obstacles in the way. I'm sure there's a reason for that, but right now we feel that really hinders the process time-wise. Because right now, if you look at a regular school system, they are hiring teachers, they're hiring administrators right now for the next school year. And in an ideal situation, all administrators and teachers should be hired back before May, before school is even out. And over the summer in school districts, you start planning for next year. So the timeline, the hiring process is very tedious. There's a lot of things that get in the way, and we feel that that's part of it there. And I don't know if it's advertisement. I know, and to be competitive, it needs to go beyond just the website. It needs to be in newspapers, out in social media. It needs to be out there so that more people are aware, and we can have qualified individuals for applying and working with us. Another thing that we have come across as far as challenges is the 164 process. No, it's very, very, very tedious. It's long, time consuming. And again, we feel like it hinders the way, because we have training that needs to be done, grants that need to be written, but time-wise, and so we can't move forward. And a lot of times time gets away from us, and we end up just reverting a lot. Sometimes we revert funds back to the grant providers. So that's some of the challenges, one of the challenges that we face. Another one is board attendance, and that's just coming from us as a group. We're not all there all the time, and we need to make sure that we put time aside so that we're there. They're not there. So we as a group need to really look at what's important for us and what is really looking at what we have to do as a group. The timeline and hiring a superintendent, that's another challenge that we have. And again, like I said, it's very time consuming. And then when we finally get somebody, and then the hiring process is also lengthy. We choose somebody, and then it goes through all these hoops. The applicant says, no, it's taken too long. So it's very, not only is the hiring process, the interview process is very lengthy. It's also the hiring process once you select a candidate. And it's not just the superintendent, it's for other program managers and other DOTI employees. And a lot of times you hear people saying it took almost a year to get approved once they got selected. So it's a long time to just have somebody hanging. So those are some of the challenges that we see as that hinders our job to move our department forward. Some of the solutions that we have is to really look at our manual, our board operations manual, and make the appropriate changes that are necessary. And I know we have one of them that's going to be coming up that we're going to be addressing in July, and that's because of COVID, everything was through teleconference, through video, through Zoom. we're over that. So we need to go back to in-person meetings. I'd say that it's supposed to be online. No, not on not hala issue not nigi benina. A kundik ade ashon ayat eta has and now we need to get back to in-person meetings. So we're going to be modifying our board, our policy so that we do that. And then we also looked at some of the one way to address the hiring process is to have our own HR department, and we can go into further detail later on. And that's in addressing that. And then some of the things that we have been asking for is the 3 challenges from each. And I not dust. So first one is Navajo Nation. Again, like I said, it's the 164 process. And we need to look at what we're doing. And then through the reauthorization process, when we reauthorize schools, we also looked at how what has been done, what has worked back then is not really effective today. So we're looking at, for example, academic achievement. We need to really define that. You look at the student achievement that's presented to us, and you're looking at 10% proficiency. That's not right. So we really look at amending Title 10 and amending some of the things that we have to work with so that we can hold schools more accountable. And then also in the reauthorization process, there's penalties that are not there. And for example, audits, if their audits are not current, what can we do to really let them know that they need to be up to speed as far as managing the school funds, those kind of things. Then another challenge that we see is the Doty building. It's old, and it's got a lot of heating, cooling issues. Our board, our employees are in there, and sometimes, and it's not safe for them in the summer, and it's not safe for them in the winter. And then, so those are some of the challenges that we have faced as a group. And then on a federal level, data sharing, so when we talk about data sharing and as part of the tribal consultation, some of the schools that we work with, there are memorandum of understanding, memorandum of agreements in place to work with public schools, and they share their data. This is what they do. This is the attendance policy. This is graduation rate. So they don't want to share their information, and that's not right. So we really need to look at the data sharing and really get the information that we need from BIE. Also, our accountability program, our accountability plan. Education we really need to look at that and refine it. It has been approved before, but we need to move that forward. And then the other challenges from Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah, these 3 states, our reservation is in these 3 states, and each state has their different expectations, different criteria for graduation requirements. For example, Arizona is different from New Mexico, and the assessments, those are also different too. So as Doty and as the Board of Education, we're looking at, when we compare student achievement, you're looking at, it's almost like comparing oranges and apples. They're not the same thing, but they're still assessments, but they're not the same. So the different states have different criteria. So those are things that we're looking at. And so those are the challenges from the 3 states. And I'm going to give the last piece to, as far as objectives, our goals and accomplishment, to Ms. Thomas, our Vice President of our board.
Okay, thank you. So beginning with the accomplishments, I think the big thing that we've talked about as an 11-member board, which happened under former President Jonathan Nez. And I think in the time that since we've become a full board, 2 months after we went into COVID. And so with that, I think what we took away from that is we learned how to work collaboratively through a virtual environment when it was pretty new to everybody, trying to figure out and navigate and support Dodie within that process, as well as trying to get to know one another. When you work in a professional atmosphere and environment with your colleagues, it's really important to get to know each other, kind of understand where each person comes from, and through that process to understand with our expertise and our experiences and our different roles what we bring to the table, and how does that impact and guide us as we start to think about changes and improvements and suggestions for Navajo Nation education. We've also, through that process, had a better understanding of the policies and procedures throughout Navajo Nation in the different types of school systems that operate on Navajo Nation. And so even though some of us have been in education, some of us are parents and we have a different role. So it's really, it's a big, it's a lot to understand through that process. And through the time that we've been a board, that has been something that we kind of celebrate. And then the next part is through the reauthorization. I think that one of the big roles that we've really played through the past couple of years is the reauthorization, and how that has allowed us to understand some of the updates and amendments that need to be made and the changes through that process. And so when we reauthorize schools and we talk to schools and we see what it is that they're facing and try to understand what needs to happen to help to improve them, we've also found a lot of areas that are needing an improvement. So with that, through the discussion, again, with the different roles that we play and our different experiences, allows us to have conversations along that. And then the proposed changes to Title 10, which kind of leads to our goals. So with our goals, I think Dr. White kind of mentioned them already with the amending or making some changes to the Title 10, the accountability plan across Navajo Nation. We have students that go to different schools and relocate throughout the different states, and we are unable to track those students and then the progress of those students. So collecting the data, improving the data sharing, those are a couple of goals that we have that that we would like to work on. Dr. White?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Thomas. Does other board members here want to add things to it? So
Yeah, it's been Joan Gray and Chia Nana Kwagi, Shadot Anigi, parent representative, Mikael Shihodini, so I am the parent representative. So I'm going to go ahead and touch up on some of the challenges that we see. Mr. Spencer, Willie, and I are the parent representatives. So he may see things in different areas of the Navajo Nation as opposed to what I see. So we're going to go ahead and team up and, mention and give some of the challenges that we see and that we hear throughout the Navajo Nation, as far as the challenges that our parents endure throughout the educational system. So one of the challenges that I know our parents are having to deal with are at the local level of the schools, when schools do not fill the positions with certified teachers, as well as certified administrators and principals. I always remind my parents, as well as educational support staff, that they are parents first, then educators. And a lot of the local level administrators have come down to micromanaging and intimidating a lot of our educators regarding information that when they're concerned about their student education or their children's education, they're told that, you know, they can't speak to Navajo Nation Board of Education, or they can't speak to their local government, whether it be the school board at the local level or chapter at the chapter levels. And they feel like they're being stripped of their parent voices and stakeholder voices. So those are some of the that we really need to strengthen as a parent representative. One of the other challenges that I do see is broadband infrastructures across the Navajo Nation. Given that we were in the pandemic, it seems like once we were brought into office in 2019, we went into the pandemic of 2020 in March. So we can see how far behind our educational systems are. And that's one of the reasons why I feel that it's important to see what these schools, including BIE, are doing with their funding to improve infrastructure for our children. Those are some of the biggest challenges that I see. You know, we want to improve our children's education, but we do have those barriers that we are faced with. One of the other things that I do see when I make my way around the Navajo Nation is our Head Start programs. You know, there's a lot of parents that still have, well, I shouldn't say a lot, but, you know, a handful of Head Start programs that are still doing home base. And most importantly, we say that these are our children, our future leader, yet we don't have any type of permanent structures for our Head Start programs. You know, I'd like to see, you know, as a parent representative, that these children we are there for them, and we well advocate for them, and as far as getting educational infrastructures going, as far as the Head Start programs. Having to advocate for that part of our younger generations moving forward. So Head Start programs really need to improve, because there's a lot of, not the programs itself, I'm sorry, let me restate that. The infrastructures, the buildings, I apologize, Roy. But, you know, that's part of my advocacy as far as the local levels, but really reiterating to the local schools, school boards, whether it be the grant or the state or the BIE, that educational support staff are parents first, and they are stakeholders, that we need to listen to them, because, and you know, what are their challenges and what kind of solutions do we bring to the table as for them to improve the educational program. And then one of the other things that I've conversed with a lot of our parents with is student safety. What is the protocol? Are we all transparent across the Navajo Nation with all the schools as far as student safety? Are there background checks that are being conducted with the administrators, as well as educators and parents that come into the school system? I think we really need to improve the safety of our children, because we are now in a pandemic, it seems like, with other non-natives coming on to the Navajo Nation. So I'll give this time to Mr. Woolley.
That does complete your 20 minutes. Dr. White, do you have any additional minutes would you like to request for?
Yes, yeah, we were requesting probably 30 minutes. No, I take that back. Maybe an hour at the most to address all the other issues that was presented earlier. And we do have a PowerPoint slide to cover each of those areas.
Okay, committee members, there is a request for additional time for an hour to complete their presentation. Honorable Toll.
Thank you, Chair. Kodoya Oisens. I have not heard the scoop members of the board. Iki hat ila yendal nish tiro o report and hichi Italia. Oko ebina, it took all that 20 minutes. I was looking for the Board of Education responsibility. What have they done to assist the education? Dibin dashil nishdido hot equeto hot juno da baka. HEHSC se even night or Canada hot is neck. Yahai jo say Board of Education in that ani the children. Their plan of operation had Eli been not at the national area meeting. What are some of their ideas, plans to be helping the Navajo tribe? We understand the Head Start, and we I don't know if that's a shit of getting. So I like to hear is the Board of Education. Di konat anitani likonazita ado din hintanes what are hildelness ado dipendelness dido banana joto to hat need o Board of Education hat need what honey a present that relations and they I don't know how you I think a get or t-shirt or you should is Ko hala junda hot isnelia dinat ani nitle de kone dido hot up in the snigita Joshua does Jolie Johnson because I don't know what the responsibility what they need about do we need too many leaders in this education Asia and Ireland or Ensign Area chair, I don't know.
Okay, back to my question. They're asking for additional hour on presentation. And then within that hour, if you guys can address Honorable Tolth's questions, comments, I think that will also help alleviate a lot of questions later on after the hour. Are there any oppositions to not giving them additional hour to complete their presentation? Committee members? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, are you in opposition to giving them an hour presentation?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Honorable Dr. Nez.
Yes, thank you, Chair James Shijeh. No opposition here, but I think it would be very helpful if the Board of Education just went in tandem with their presentation that was received. So earlier, I kind of went back to a few slides thinking that I missed a few just because of where the presentation was going. So I think it would be helpful if they just went accordingly, and then we can entertain questions and comments thereafter. Thank you, Chair.
All right, and then committee members, the PowerPoint has also been emailed to us. So they'll probably go over that as well. Honorable Curtis Unito.
Yat Epen Sheyat Curtis Unito and Shadot Ashinsle Torich Inimashindo Tanesan Dashichedo Tobana Shanella. I can use Dishni Kodon each and no Aronda Kodo Altra Benachem. ajo alchado nilcho illenton yelchine yat ehonjuno aronan ehol ahdo lechben yedo akidi do yat ni dando kacho ibn ye kodo HEHSC committee ni tlini kodo ayon hidatisha. I like your presentation. Kodo in lagi, you're concerned about your hiring process and 164 process and the board attendees. Those are good information that's what we're looking for. Aronda kodo Head Starts that any da ayo chedil aronda with the pandemic safety as well. These kind of information that it sounds like it's coming from your experience. That's what I like to hear from the experience. Every time when there's a presentation that's with PowerPoints, it seems like those things are just copy and paste on there. And that's the only thing that we receive. But the thing that I'm concerned about is that I like to see the experience verbal presentations, because that's your experience and that's in your heart, that's coming out of your experience. That's what I like to hear, because that's the way, like you express, you actually experience what's going on out there. I think that's the solution, is how that you can, proceed with a success in your administration and throughout the institution that you guys are working with. Yeah, I just want to make a comment on that one, Chair. Thank you.
Go ahead, Honorable Yanito. So with that, I think you have an overview and then some comments and some questions, and hopefully within that hour, you can address those comments and questions that were provided to you. Board of Education. There is no oppositions to provide you additional hour for your presentation, so I will go ahead and give you the floor. But or what time is it here? Oh, here's. Okay, so that'd be at noon time, Flagstaff time, they'll be serving us lunch. So just an FYI, if I'm correct. If not, they'll probably be going by res time. If so, then that's 40 minutes away. So we'll just see how the staff do it here at Twin Arrows. So, but you may just continue through the lunch. So with that, Dr. White and then Board of Education, we do grant you the additional hour to provide your presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Shija. Thank you, HES committee members. So yeah, we'll go ahead and get started. On the PowerPoint that we have provided, our plan of operations, AI thought this, all of what we're doing fits into our plan of operation. So the first one is we were established by Navajo. We were established to be a 11-member board. And right now, and our job is to oversee the superintendent, who will do all the implementation of all the policies and decisions that are made by the board. Next slide, please. And we are the Navajo Nation Board. Our goal is to foster lifelong learning for all of our students, our kids, and to protect the cultural integrity and sovereignty of the Navajo Nation. We oversee the operation of schools served on the Navajo Nation, and then through IGAs, through agreements. So we're working with schools on that in the school districts. We also are the governing board for Navajo Nation Head Start. And through the agreements, we have direct oversight, and we also monitor all of BIA, BIE school that are receiving funding and local community school boards. And sometimes when their schools are not operating as they should, we assume control over that through the statutory authority that we have. Next slide, please. Some of the goals that we have for us as the Navajo Nation Board is to get education legislation to you as our oversight committee. We also mentioned like Title 10, we realize that needs to be changed. And we're working, we also have subcommittees that we have developed with Doty. So who will be looking at pieces of that and bringing legislation to you for changes into Title 10, so we can start working. So we can bring that up to date. We're also looking at oversee the operation of schools through government intergovernmental agreements. We also look at assuming control of BIE funded schools if they need to. We also are recording quarterly to the committee, and right now this is our report to you for one of the quarters. It's going to be in July. In a couple of days, it'll be July anyway. So this will be served as our report to you. And at times, we also assume control of local community schools, community control schools, and then we also pursue funding, even though we haven't really pursued funding to look for money out there for our kids. And we also work with our Doty so that we can work together to move our kids forward. Next slide, please. We also it was the Department of Navajo Nation Superintendent Schools is one of these that we look at. We also, through the resolution back in 2005, it moved the Division of Diné Education to Department of Diné Education. We do have an organizational chart. We are the board, Navajo Nation Board is empowered at the bottom of that slide there to solicit funds, to propose budgets and plan of operations, and then hire the superintendent and who that person will carry out the what needs to be done when all the guidance that we provide for him or her. So that's where we are at. And then on to our letter G. We also report the results of inquiries. And like I said, based on the reauthorization process, we also saw that our students are not achieving reading, ELA, English language arts, and math, and probably science standards as they should. So that is leading us as the board when we do reauthorizations to really look at what is it that we need to change to really get the schools accountable for student achievement, and letting our kids get the best education that we can. We also look at guidance for Cognia, which is the accrediting agency for our Navajo schools. We also comply with our Navajo Nation federal and state laws as far as student confidentiality. And that's a touchy subject when you're dealing with students' information. So we also work with our IT department and those who work with the schools. We reauthorize school contracts and we're accountable to federal education laws and regulations. And again, like I said, if we assume control if we need to. The next slide, please. We also work cooperatively with schools in the areas of looking at curriculum. We also look at, especially Navajo, the net content standards. That's our key thing, our key program right here under Doty is to really integrate the Navajo language and content into schools, and then looking at evaluating and our student achievement standards and testing instruments. So right now I know the Navajo Language and Culture Department is really working on, they do have the standards, they're working at helping schools develop their curriculum and their assessments so that they can track students. We also look at evaluation reports of through schools that are on Navajo Nation, looking at the accountability of BIE funded schools and licensing of BIA school funded administrators, and then with the certification of Navajo language and culture instructors. They do that through the 520 process. Our folks get their license, and then from there they are licensed to teach Navajo language and culture in the schools. And we also see educational research on academic performances of Navajo's school systems. Next slide. And again, like I said, the Health Education Human Services Committee is our oversight for this. And that's part of what you were gonna hear is just part of our plan of operation. Going on to Navajo Nation Superintendent of Schools, again, like I say, we do have one applicant. We're going through the assessment now to make sure that they are qualified before we get the information that we need to either interview or keep the position open. We also have an assistant superintendent position that's currently being advertised. There are 2 applicants for those. And those 2 applicants are also going through the process through Department of Personnel Management. Navajo Nation Head Start Assistant Superintendent, there are 2 applications. The timeline is through the Department of Personnel Management. So like I said, it takes time. And a lot of times these applicants get tired of waiting, so they apply somewhere else and they get hired somewhere else, and then they pull their application for getting hired on with Navajo Nation. Next slide, please. Status of the net language criteria and curriculum requirements. Right now, I know the NES School Accountability Program movement, the Navajo language is part of the whole process. We have our language program from K through 12. We also have bilingual seal proficiency exam at the high school level. And we have from pre-K through 12, the schools teach Navajo language. One of the things out of experience, like my Natani said here, out of experience, 1 hour a day language is not good enough. It needs to be more. We need to do more, and it needs to be community-based. Schools cannot by themselves revitalize the language. It needs to come from the community. And if we can build what they call language nests, chapter houses, the whole after school programs at Aliyah Sha summer programs should be like that. Enrichment programs in the summer. Right now, our schools, they only learn like red. What's the colors? What's the Navajo mountains? What's a Hogan? Think about you guys on the shift. For me, I know when I was in high school, Spanish, to get you into high school, to get you into college, you need 2 years of foreign language. Don't need Spanish. I don't know anything about Spanish no more. All I know is enchiladas and taco. I remember that, but that's not good enough. Right now, what we have in the schools is not good enough. It won't work. So we need the help of our communities. And that's where the funding comes in. When the election year comes along, education is important. That's where we need your help to really look at what can we do as a whole Navajo Nation. Schools, it won't work. It hasn't worked for the past 20 to 30 years. Our language is going down. Our proficiency rate is going down. 1 hour a day will not make it. So I'm sorry I got off track on that one. But like I said, there's we do tracking Navajo students, like we said. Our kids transfer on Hinfis. They transfer from one school and then next semester they're somewhere else. They move from school to school. So a lot of the things that they do when we track kids, we lose them. We don't know where they go. Sometimes they go to public schools, grant schools, charter schools, parochial schools. Hagoshin, and then they come back again. The only tracking device that we have right now is transcripts at the high school level. So those are some of the things that, and then the language criteria. SCA no that is what we as a Navajo Nation board want. Haladi on here, on here. We have the ability, we have the information, we have the expertise. Our folks are educators, they're counselors, they're teachers, they're administrators. We can be our own state education agency, just like Arizona Department of Ed, New Mexico Public Education Department of Law. We have that ability. We want to do that for us. And if we have our own state education agency, we can integrate Navajo language K-12 in all subjects. So we can use that, and we can do it. We just need, we do have the vision. Let's do it. Right now, everything is rooted in the language and culture. And in the regular public school system in the state of Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah, they do have to have an accountability system. And that's usually 5 things that they look at. And that's the AYP, the Indigenous Student Achievement. They also look at subgroups, special ed, ELL learners. We're all ELL learners in here. School and we are all labeled as EL learners right now. And then they also look at graduation and attendance rates. Look at English language learners. They know, English language arts, and then looking at math. So they're looking at how we're doing. And then participation rate, in the system, you have to have at least 95% of your kids to take that test. So, and we do have a accountability plan that's already in place. And we want to look at it, refine it, change it a little bit, and move forward with it. We can do it. And I know there's a lot of things that need to happen. There's a lot of positions that need to be, and that's what we want as a board and as DOTI. So moving on to plan of operations, you asked us how are the programs under DOTI. Their plan of operation, Asia. So there on the board, you can see the programs under DOTI and the resolution from the Board of Education, and then the resolution from HEHSC to approve it, and then our most recent update. So all of our programs under DOTI is is there. So we're moving forward, and it's all aligned. And building the renovation to code plans, I'm going to divert this topic to Ms. Edgewater and her team to give you an update of how far we are as far as the building itself. Ms. Edgewater?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as far as the building renovations, right now we're looking into other entities to help assist in this process. Right now, the AC has been updated right now, but there's still other issues that need to be addressed, such as the sewer, the electric capacity, the heater, the heating and cooling, the boiler system needs to be replaced in the building. So, and then in lieu of that, there's also having a professional assessment done on the building to see if there's asbestos or any type of harmful environment that we're exposed to. So we're working along with General Services Director, Mr. Shonavin Dale. And then we're also looking at other individuals as well that can assist us in that process as far as the asbestos assessment and then just overall the condition of the building there. So that is where we're at, and that is an update as of yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eduardo. I appreciate that. So that's an update on the Doty Building Excel. The next question that we have, the next issue that we're going to address is just the coordination of work efforts on the Office of Background Investigations. In the past, the background investigations was done through this office. They said they're not going to do that for schools. Even now the schools and the individual schools have to do their own, do fingerprint equipment, and sometimes it becomes a conflict of interest. So it's not, we need to have an objective place away from the schools. So to do the background checks, and then that's essential. Background checks is mandatory because of you're working with students. So that as a result, a lot of times we see some schools that are not following through with the background checks of school board members and other school officials, like parents, not parents, but teachers and other administrators. So we'd like to recommend that Navajo Nation Office of Background Investigations work with schools again so that they can have an objective place to take care of this important requirement. The BOSBA, according to the PL 93-638 contract, the BOSBA is supposed to be providing training for school board members, and they're supposed to be speaking on behalf of the school board members. And ideally, that's what they're supposed to be doing. And they're supposed to be working with Doty to train school boards. And oftentimes, they start doing their own thing. They start talking about their own things that they want to do, and they advocate this, and they advocate for certain things and not for certain other things. And I really believe that the BOSBA needs to work with Doty. They're the ones that were that in Title 10. If you look at the next slide, they're supposed to be looking at educational programs and issues that are addressing as far as Navajo nationwide. And then they're supposed to make recommendations to the Board of Education, Navajo Nation Board of Education, which is further given to the HEHSC committee. They're supposed to look at the views and situations of both schools. And then so that way they can have a joint recommendation to be coming to the Board of Education and then to the HEHSC. And then they're supposed to be, like I said, their primary goal is supposed to be looking at school board training for school boards, but yet, like I said, next slide, please. For the BOSBA, supposed to be taking and share educational problems of mutual concern and assisting to come up with some solutions. And that's one of their things that they should be doing. And then from time to time, they meet with the Education Committee, which is to look at the progress, to really look at the progress of how schools are operating, how academic achievement is doing, and then sharing with them some solutions that come with it. And they're supposed to use a procedure that enables community controlled school boards to really look at how they can work together. I don't know if that's being done or not. And then finally, the BOSBA is supposed to be making recommendations and looking at policies, procedures, goals to make sure that we're all heading in the right direction. And again, the reality is not there. They're doing their own thing a lot of times. And then it puts a bad light on Doty. And it's not right. They should be working with with Dodie to move our kids forward. We mentioned that we're going to have Department of Human Resource within the Dodie department. Again, that's because, like I said, we lose a lot of quality folks, teachers, personnel, administrators. They want to work for Dodie. They want to work with Navajo Nation. They apply. And then when they go through the process, and it's not right. And they get tired of waiting. So, and then they get hired by some other school or some other organization out there. So if we do, and that's what we would like to do, is move this process faster. So that way we don't get caught up with, that's why there's a lot of vacancies. The assistant superintendents are vacant. The superintendent position is vacant. And again, is how fast can we work? In a competitive world, you move quick. You lose a lot of quality people. And we end up getting backwards. We end up falling backwards. We're looking at a plan of operations, and I know the Dodie folks are looking at that. How will that look like, and some of the things. So our implementation of this is going to be the first part of January, Doshin. We're looking through this to see how would that work. And then not only human resource, but financial services as well. And again, like I said, 164, no, shabiga, and those and then a lot of contracts don't go through. And some of them, it's good in working in a school system. I worked in a school system. So when the time that people are, from the time that you say we want to hire this company, is like a week. Everything goes through, and they get time to do, and the time is essential because you're working with training teachers, you're training counselors, you're training administrators. So it's not initial in a public school system. So that's where we are at on that one. So that's the reason why we're looking at okay, and then the next piece is looking at the data sharing agreements, So when we look at data, we're looking at enrollment, we're looking at student achievement, we're looking at attendance, we're tracking assessment scores. And we really need to look at, we use the data when we do reauthorization. Like I said, on that, when we do reauthorization for schools, we ask for their data. And a lot of times, I'd say 95% of the time, our kids are not achieving, and that's sad. It's not right. It's not right that our kids are barely making it, and to get promoted to the next grade level, and you're setting them up for failure. And that's not right. We ethically cannot sit here and say this is okay. And that's why we're looking at our reauthorization process to really get schools more accountable. How can we get our kids to be more proficient? That's how we meet together as groups, and we have set up subcommittees already to look at how are we going to do this. This is a big problem. How can we do it? So we divided ourselves into subcommittees to really address looking at Title 10, to look at the reauthorization process and other things that we need to do to move forward. And then our student academic scores, we get that information from the states. States and schools are good at sharing their information with us. I don't know if they're afraid of their scores. I think that's what it is. They're afraid. They know they're failing. We know they are failing. We can see a piece of it. So that's in danger, and that's why they don't want to share it. So that's one of the things that we really can't track because we don't have that information from them. And again, for Navajo language and culture, for the through the tribal consultation process that Dodie has on the, and in Arizona and New Mexico is required, public schools are required to have tribal consultation. Halet aula na haalchina da ultado halet aula naso da idol traton jungo da dos alte da no even tribal consultation hatne. So even nache, we look at how many of our kids are learning the Navajo language and grow and culture. So again, like I said, Asai, if you cannot put the total responsibility on schools, it will not work. It hasn't worked. We've been doing that for the past 20 years and it's not working. So we need to do something different and add something different so that our kids can learn. It needs a community effort. We need parents, grandparents, communities to do it. And then moving on to our data collection strategy. There's a lot of information that we need to really track. And this is part of the schools accountability plan. And then again, all of these, we need to know these are money. We're only tracking money, employees, college participation, all of these. And that's currently being done by Mr. Tracy's office, Office of Educational Research and Statistics. And they're looking at that, but he has limited information. Our states have all of that information. Again, it goes back to a data agreement. And then for reauthorization, it is required that they show us academic proficiency reports. And we don't monitor any remedial courses because we don't have access to it. So again, that requires an agreement so that they can release that information to us. And right now, funding for hardware through using the ARPA funds for information technology. I'm going to have Ms. Edgewater speak to that as far as the funding for information technology. Ms. Edgewater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as far as funding, we have met with the Dodie personnel program managers to close out this fiscal year. In lieu of that, we are also going to plan for this upcoming new fiscal year. We are looking for the need of identifying technology needs as far as creating a database and just to house our information system for Department of Education. Right now, we have different parts of our programs that are either independently run or have branched off another system. So in retrospect of that, there's also the need of the Navajo Nation that is seeking a unified technology usage as well. So as we plan to move forward in the operations of the Department of Education Technology Services, we also have to make sure that we're also in communication with the Navajo Nation as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Edgewater. And then finally, homeschool. The topic of homeschool. Homeschool is a parent choice. Parents choose not to send their students to a public school, a parochial school, or any other school. And that's up to the parents themselves. So when a parent decides that they're going to homeschool their kids, they work directly with the states, the state of Arizona and the state of New Mexico. I was an administrator in New Mexico, and I know in New Mexico, parents have to sign a form with the state, the public education department, and they work directly with them as far as curriculum. We as the public schools and as far as Navajo Nation, we don't get involved in that. They work directly with the state. And a lot of times they use these online programs. There's a lot of online programs now because of COVID. That's one of the positive things that came out of COVID, is that there's a lot of online curriculum that came up, and some parents are choosing to keep their kids online, which is okay. And a lot of our kids, I know me personally, I cannot survive on an online platform because I need that one-to-one, person-to-person contact that for education. So they do have that, and dual enrollment for homeschool. Again, that's up to the school and the higher education, the colleges. In a public school, when I can speak to a public school, because I worked in a public school system before, when we talk about dual enrollment, that means that the school and a college has to work together. And then they have to do what we call curriculum crosswalk. So for example, senior English 4 has to be the same as English 101 at a college level. So the content has to be crosswalk. So you're teaching college courses in the high school level and vice versa. You get awarded high school and college credit for the classes that they're taking. Again, that goes through with the school district and with the college. And once everything is done, it gets sent to the state. And again, like I said, in New Mexico, that's what we had to do was we worked with, I worked with Gallup McKinley County Schools as assistant superintendent when I retired. So we worked with UNM and we also worked with NTU. Once we got our curriculum crosswalk done, we sent that to the state. The state said, okay, you guys now have a dual enrollment program. So when our kids enrolled at NTU or UNM, they took English, math, science, all of these different subjects. They got high school and college credit for that one class. So in a public school system for dual enrollment. For homeschools, that's up to the homeschool parent and the state. There's a lot of regulations. So that, and those are since we work with 3 states, Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah, the parent will have to work with those different states. So Aishin, that's our presentation. I know I tried to do real quick overview of all of the topics that was presented to us.
Honorable Dr. Nez had kidlet or you this is yet here on the screen, Honorable Dr. Nez. Yeah, Dr. White, that you still have 26 minutes left. I don't know if you want to give it to other board members to say something, or if that concludes your presentation. Like Ashivan, it's okay.
I'm going to give the time to Mr. Willie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the HEHSC committee, fellow board members, staff here at from Doty. We're grateful to be able to have this chance to talk to you and share information about some of the concerns and some of the things that we want to work towards as a Board of Education. As a parent representative to the Board of Education, as Joan expressed some of the things that were of concern to us in relation to schools and operations here. And I know that Mr. Unito had also asked about some of our experience directly from what we've seen and what we think could happen. Having been a part of the workforce of the Navajo Nation through the Head Start program and other things, I can see quite a few things in which we need to work towards, especially in advancing education. When we think about the investments that the Navajo Nation has, we've invested money in a number of different funds across the world. We put a lot of our money into different places. The resources that we've generated these funds from, they go into these coffers of other places across the country. But yet, even in our own local chapters, we've invested money. We've put money into buying road equipment. We've put money into even buying hay at the local level or livestock. But over the last few years, how much money have we actually invested in education directly? How much have we invested in, just say for example, the Head Start program? Our youngest of youngest Navajos coming up, 0 to 5 population. How much money have we invested for their facilities? How much money have we put towards helping them achieve that first start of education? Across the communities, even in our chapters, our sheep are getting more money than our youngest children. And that's not acceptable. We need to think about these investments, because those are the investments that are going to pay off in the long run. Those are the investments that are going to secure our future as a people. And that's what we need to think about, is the future generations. When we think about our systems here on Navajo for education, there's a lot that needs to be done in creating opportunities for education to start taking off. Part of that is looking at our systems. For us to receive federal grants and go through the process of accepting those federal grants, it takes months upon months to complete. If an award is given to a program within Doty, it'll take 6 months for them to go through the process of acceptance. And as a result, by the time they finally get access to those funds, the line items are set up, personnel are put into place, the period of that grant is probably ready to expire. And then we're waiting for an extension of that grant to be done. What would be best for Navajo to consider is to create some autonomy in structures, administrative structures for education. The personnel system is one of those. Within Doty, we have schools that operate on different schedules than the regular workforce of the Navajo Nation. When you look at the largest employer within Doty, which is Head Start, their employees are trying to accommodate a personnel system that only works for 12 months, that works on a 12-month schedule. But yet, this is an operating school that has operations for a school year. And we're trying to accommodate all of those personnel and put them into a structure that is built for a government entity. And that doesn't work. That's why we're seeing roadblocks in hiring personnel. That's why we're seeing roadblocks in getting background checks completed. That's why we're seeing all of these challenges with providing competitive pay. And that's what some of those things that we need to do, is to invest for creating those administrative structures, personnel, financial, as well as contractual management. If we can get those completed, then Doty staff can be able to run effectively on their own. We can be able to pay a competitive wage for a superintendent and assistant superintendent. So we might be able to get some qualified applicants that are remarkable in administration and leadership, that can be able to take Doty to the next level. So I would encourage you to really think about the plans that are being laid out before you, the plans that we are asking for to be developed, which is investments in education. Make our children the priority. Our funding should be equal, even further more than what we're giving to the animals on the Navajo Nation. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. Mr. Curley?
Thank you very much, honorable members of the HEHSC committee, and also my colleagues with the Navajo Board of Education, also Doty staff, and all those who are listening online. So I just wanted to go ahead and provide echo my colleagues' concerns. And with that, I wanted to go ahead and just mention, I'm the Western Agency representative representing all of 18 chapters on the Western Agency side. With that, we've had struggles within our area due to loss of enrollment. When I was serving as a school board member at one of the board in the Western Agency, we've seen a loss in our enrollment. This was due to because the closure of the Peabody coal mine and also the Navajo generating station. With that, we've lost a total half of our enrollment within that school. And then on top of that, we've also lost our educators. They all fled down to the valley. And so now everybody is down in the valley. So I want to go ahead and echo everybody else's concerns here, but we also need to understand and put in money, like my colleague over here said, was that we need to invest in our education, but we also need to invest in our communities. We need to provide adequate infrastructure for our Navajo people, so that way they have a place to come home to. They also have a job to come home to. We also need to provide incentive type programs for our younger students. One thing that I've always mentioned to a lot of other people was that us as a school or us as a leader, we should be providing a program like the HEHSC scholarship program, where Navajo Nation should be able to provide some funding to our younger students, such as being in the healthcare, where Navajo Nation forks up some funds for our younger generation, and then in return they would work for the Navajo Nation workforce for a number of years to pay off their loans. So some of those things I think we need to really focus on as well. Economic development, also education. So let's see here, what else was I saying? We're all here collaboratively, saying that education is important, but not a lot of us here are really putting forth that effort. During the last administration, we had the ability to get, $2,000, but a lot of people didn't really utilize that. Some people probably didn't even think about using the $2,000 and putting it into an educational fund for their children. Some things like that. We could have used that money for our infrastructure. We could have used those monies to improve our health, our Head Start system. We could have used that money to improve our our broadband, being that we have broadband remote, working from home or remote learning. So a lot of these things, we really need to look into that. And I think you as council members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we really need to focus on infrastructure and provide good, adequate, competitive pays for our people here. So other than that, I think that's what I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curley. Give the mic to Ms. Torrichini.
Yeah, Nana. I guess for me, my late dad was Modoc, Oregon Day. Though Jacoby Ellsbury, nephew, Oko Shamande Anido Den. 2 months ago, that's although her last words to me was Kashita Dahleti Hinatan Bahadilne Jo Bahadilne Janoshij Ajoti Oko Kwaige and Nahot education. Although the other thing is the tribal, at one point, the exercise of tribal sovereignty, there was a resurgent late 1950s, though, higher education was the main thing at that time. Although K to 12 gi asi nahoti, especially the kosen sa dos that holds COVID-19 book a coach.
Okay, we need to focus on education. Do kwasha college dan ninigi o you nahoti. 1987 education building was built with the education money. Resolution Eliago Peterson Zaye is although a passage eben yanit. A day that building Niki bin don nishiki to asi nahoti. How many of you have been in there? State at least more than an hour. I urge you to go see the building, look at the walls, look at the restroom. Joe ati infrastructure. The way the building looks, and Jonako had it all nil, and Soya and Saskesa Asata had it la peson that it did all. Had it la Johot ele. Ilchinahashi des ile ishia at egi. Bill Jonako Eyo yinetle, it motivates them. School building do ahut. Chapter house ya jura da ahut ele. Alle en dal nishon jono o da hadit Eyo bo netle. Okay, I'm talking to you from my heart. Bent on nishiki. Ja, at eko hadde dol nil the education building. Hokuishi AC the heater the floor the siltro naskai. We need to update OSHA requirements, everything. Adodik abahan neki challenges johatne. Goals, accomplishments. If you go back to the 1950s, the first foundation of Navajo Nation Education Committee, Dostan Oyuben Dajnish. Okoe kwage in hitan dish al. Adoshidi, I'm currently the Neck College Board of Regent President Shleho. Ado Chinley High School, the principal in Shleho. Chine. What the 9 to 12 igi. Ado di kwa tata sata I represent Fort Defiance Agency. Oko at the tribal sovereignty igi. We need a resurgent in K-12 education system. And that need let kede halit an halchene lagen that din. What I had this see. Although that's gonna be the building niki yego bashen base of that needs in halit pump money that do listen hasto. Oh by at base money talks, you know. Eben yeah. That's working relationship. Die kwan hadan has khati bakati jakwa. Dan adon hito chehte tatin. Haigilla halit ela. What I nitan dish al yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Toyachini, and we'll have Ms. Thomas give some closing remarks.
Okay, thank you, Dr. White. So as I mentioned before, I am the teacher representative on the board. My Shiche is the late James Tomchi, who was an educator, Navajo Nation. And one of the things that I'm very thankful for was the opportunity to be raised by my grandparents with the Dene cultural values and teachings and language that I was immersed in at that time. As I got older, I went around to different schools, and through that kind of have lost touch with that language, but I'm very passionate about education on the Navajo Nation. And I feel like there's a lot of educators that feel the same way, may not speak the language, may have had their experiences of moving around, but are very committed about going back and providing students with a high quality education that really emphasizes the language and the culture. So one of the things that I think that everything that we've shared today with our plans or ideas with the Doty team is to really create a future that will allow our future students to become our future leaders, our future teachers. There's teacher shortages across Navajo Nation. And I think just trying to find, like Dr. White had mentioned about it being community-based, the language nest and building that. How do we utilize the community, and how do we build and bring people within the community into the educational system? But everything that we've talked about and that we've shared, I would like to just acknowledge the Doty staff. We have a lot of great, qualified, and intelligent people that have helped to provide us with some guidance, who are helping to support schools and do a lot of work to get us to this place that we are. And so with everything that we've said, with getting the building to support them so that they can continue the work to help to support schools, and schools then support the students, is really essential. As a teacher, it's always great to have an opportunity to be involved in the process. A lot of school systems do not include teacher voice, and I think that that's really important when we start to make decisions, write policy, do any types of changes and make recommendations. It's really important to hear from the people who are in the field and really experiencing those challenges firsthand. And they're also the people who are building the relationships with the families, and that's the best way to get the input. So with that, I just wanted to add that as just the thanking Doty and for everyone for your time today.
Okay, we have one more final comment from Ms. Frida Nels. She's on the line. Ms. Nels?
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Oh.
Okay. Yat not only the city the HEHSC committee, honorable delegates, president, and all the way up with the other council delegates as well. Yat Frida Nelson, go ahead, Lenin Schlot, last two bushes, chain, touching the Shadonut of Medicine, Shiprak Del Eyanasha. Although London Lenny A, Nagui Anasto, White Horse, Although Cheddar, Lenny A, the Nationalidad. Although I represent the Northern Agency elected official from there, the NBOE board. I just like to just quickly do a little review on some of the issues that were explained here in this meeting. To begin with, like the reauthorization process that we have is not, from my opinion and my point of view, it needs to be a little bit more structured and equally assessed across all schools. I think the requirements that are within that reauthorization process is always not all the same, not the same questions, not the same items are requested from each school. So they all, when they do a represent to us, they do it differently in some areas. So I think we need to refine that a little bit more, along with the delegation of authority that was questioned from the last meeting that we had when we were reauthorizing schools. And the delegation of authority by HES from back first time that had existed years ago had 1 to 4 years of reauthorization. And come to find out the last meeting, it was indicated by one of the DOTI personnel that it was a typo in that resolution that's supposed to be 1, 2, and 3. There was not a 4. However, if you look back on the other than the original resolution, it differs. So I question that as well, to whether are we creating our own standards as we go along, like making our own rules. So we need to be accountable for that too, as the Board of Education, I believe. That's my belief right there. And then going forward, in my opinion, in terms of Navajo culture, the methodology, I think that some of the things that I thought about in my own mind is the Board of Education and HES and the community and the stakeholders, perhaps can make a plan, come up with a plan and create a sound cultural immersion schools within like the 5 agencies. And the reason why I say that I am, I've been in education for over 20 years. I've been in classrooms, and I also have been executive director and so forth. So, and the reason why I bring that up is because in our generation, this new generation, our children, their parents, at that age, they don't speak Navajo, or they don't understand Navajo. So when we do our teaching at school, we implement, like my colleague said, like numbers, colors, and all that stuff, and phrases and whatnot. And when they go home, they can't speak back to their parents because their parents wouldn't understand them. So, and how do we make that connection there? Where does anyone have a plan for that connection? It's not going to be so much between the grandma and the grandchild. It has to be the mom, the dad, and the child. So that starts at home. And how do we fix that as Navajo Nation as a whole? I'm thinking about that part right there like that. And it was mentioned that the BOSFA is not training our school board. I don't know if I can agree with that, because there was the Neva Ulta School Board Association that had a summer conference in Las Vegas, and all the topics on there were legitimate, and it pertained to the schools, education, Navajo language and culture, and the status of where our schools are at, and all that. And the school board, they got certificates. So we can't just come out and say they don't do the trainings. I think that's false interpretation of that. And I know they do have a policy and procedures goal. And I think if we're going to be discussing some of these things about the BOSFA, it needs to be specifically identified in some of these areas. And in turn, DOTI also needs to work with the schools effectively, rather than being pessimistic about it. We the board have not even yet met with some of these schools as a whole as to what their concerns are, as where they stand, and what we have never came together as a group collegially and just discuss some of the concerns from the school, some of the concerns from DOTI, some of the concerns from the Board of Education.
Ms. Wells, can you please wrap up your talk, please?
Yes, okay, I'll wrap it up. So some of these things I just thought about, and also my question would be, what is the structure in detail going to look like for SEA? I don't know, just as my colleague Todicino had mentioned, the infrastructure for the schools and our Doty building.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt, but that does complete your 1 hour time that was requested. So that does complete the 1 hour that you requested for Dr. White. I apologize for the interruption. So again, thank you, Board of Education, for providing us the PowerPoint presentation, and then also providing us the electronic copy of your PowerPoint, and also addressing the different areas while you went through each slide of the PowerPoint. So with that, committee members, I will call for a motion to accept the report from the Navajo Nation Board of Education. Committee members? Motion made by Honorable Curtis Yanito. Do I have a second? Committee members, second made by Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. Let the record reflect that we do have Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson here in the meeting with us in person. Before I move on, I'd like to give some time to our legal counsel in regards to notifications that we received. This is a very important notification for the 25th Navajo Nation Council delegate, and we'll need your full attention while we provide this for time to our legal counsel. And then I also hope that we do have Honorable Dr. Andy Nez on the call. We're going to have to make some accommodations here per our legal counsel. So with that, before I proceed, I'd like to give some time to our legal counsel, Ms. Christine Lowe. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. So the Office of Legislative Counsel was just alerted about an hour or so ago that the Navajo Commission on Emergency Management rescinded its resolution from March of 2020 that declared a state of emergency related to the COVID-19 pandemic throughout the Navajo Nation. And the council and the committee's ability to hold remote meetings was linked to the existence of that state of emergency. We're doing some research at the moment. We're trying to determine if there's any other legislation that was enacted that allowed the continuation of these remote meetings, but right now, until we can definitively determine that council and committee have the ability to hold remote meetings, we're recommending that only committee members who are present in the room vote on issues before the committee. And again, we are in the process of doing some research, and we will release a detailed memo explaining the issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Lowe. So in regards to Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, do I consider him absent or during the roll call vote and not accepting his vote, and just, or do I just use it as an excused absent?
So Chair, that's right. So so we are broadcasting, but so everybody listening is just listening. So the fact that a delegate is online listening, he's just has the same status as everybody else listening. So the people that are here in the room, they have the ability to vote, Chair.
Okay. In regards to comments, questions, how do I go about that with Honorable Dr. Andy Nez at this point?
The best I can suggest at this point, Chair, is that if perhaps Dr. Nez has questions, if he can possibly email them and have another delegate who is present in the room address or ask those questions, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, there's the clarification, committee members. So with that, only HEHSC committee members that are in person may comment and do questions and vote. So only committee members that are in person. So until we get the clarity and some understanding from our legal counsel, we'll make those adjustment and accommodation while they submit those informations to us, if there is any that after the research has been completed. But in the meantime, as of now, only committee members that are in person can vote and ask questions and make comments. Other than that, if you're on the call, Zoom call, you're just listening. That's it. Ms. Benali? Mike Benali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have just a question because with the information that our legal counsel did announce, but Council Delegate Dr. Andy Nez was part of the quorum. So and that's the way the meeting started, with 4 members along with Delegate Dr. Nez. So we started the meeting under that understanding that the Zoom meeting was allowed. And that's how I believe that Delegate Dr. Nez scheduled his attendance. And he is in the BNF conference room, and that he did reserve to attend this meeting by Zoom. So I guess that's the question, how do we count him now? We can't, do we count him as absent? But then he was part of the quorum that started, the HEHSC meeting this morning, before we were informed of the Commission on Emergency Management's, I guess, written documentation really lifting the emergency for Navajo Nation regarding COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. So the way I understand the holding and then doing away with the emergency that was put into place, we're back to the way council used to run their meetings before the pandemic. So if a delegate is not here in the committee meetings, then they're just not here in person. And if a delegate decides to walk out during the meeting and we lose a quorum, then we lose a quorum. So it's just back to the way we used to normally operate and do business as council before the pandemic has happened. So with that, the way this whole emergency procedures and all of that had taken place, that's done and over with, where we overcome the pandemic, I guess I could make it known at this point. So we're just back to normalized business, and we just move forward. And at this point, we just go back to the committee rules and obey that. So so that's where we're at. So all Dr. Nez can do right now is just listen. And so we're back to normal status, and so we're back into the old business of doing committee meetings and council delegate meetings until we have some sort of a legislation in place, or if we're going to change the rules of the committee rules and so forth down the line. So with that, we do have 5 committee members present and in person. And we do have a motion made by Honorable Yanito to accept the report that was provided by Navajo Nation Department Board of Education, and then second made by Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. So with that, we go to questions and comment, and the first one would be Honorable Toll.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, other members of HEHSC committee, staff and Board of Education, line done here to see. So I have some few questions that I wrote it down. This assessment bana kahila yana ish, that would be number one in regards to the superintendent. Also the Ede ish on here assessment bana. Okay. One of the problems that you mentioned that you run into is 164. I guess that's where you're trying to get away from it to establish your own Department of Human Resources. That would be a good idea, but it's gonna, I don't see why we have to go through 164. Only Bikir Mikshit Yandego, what Abe Nahidla. And then the net language culture curriculum. How many schools did you assist BIA contract and A county school da ibinada dishkil? Although Title 10 and 11 abayati doesn't need to be amended to our standard because time change, yeah. So do we need to change that somewhere so we have a better understanding? It should have been one, but you know, there's two of them, 10 and 11. Aro State Education Agency that no bayalti. Ako ashini bonet liya. But the question I have is, are we ready for it? Do we have enough personnel? And some of the problems that I see is hiring individual staff. They don't have to go to the governor, you know, or speaker. It auto funding though, not it or the regular school board. Department of the Education, they're going to take all the money from BIE, I mean, peso the school board, yes, not a card John hit it. Is she hit up on so case? You have that confidence that this new board, Yahanana Kaya. They always change the wagon or the horses, and what about the plan operation? Sayati ako ishihit even now anigo. When do you think it's gonna come reality? Although it's gonna cost money. It's going to cost funds, yeah. The other one, you said you are having a hard time with the BOSBA. I'm asking you, since I came from there as BIE, school board in Shlo, for so many years. Before that, it was NASBA, Adult Grant School. Aid on heat in our nation government, you gave that authority to run 638 and grant school. Okay. What are Washington last time when you had a director or a superintendent, need to report that I don't know if you were there. He died in the education of such an enhanced. Although the BOSBA grant school, Hedalzinano, Hashit a jo hit on this. Ita Hopedini, I don't know if you heard that. Jo he no be Hashit Ado hit. Next time you come before the HEHSC committee, you should be all together. It didn't happen. So somewhere there's a friction. Who is doing that? We should all come together as a unit to work together and have these ideas. All these plans, we should be put it on the table. Akodo hilan nishiki hashit ate ashipata hazende ako ya shit isa. So adon the training that I remember conference in the chain kitchen dahadle. The queen she invite and hit Ilyashinaf. Mr. Franklin the other guy, what's his name? The Board of Education's Naboza Babashi Hauka. No. I don't know, but I have not seen that all these years. I started school with the school board back in 1995. The stand. Although I took this challenge again as a school board. I mean, as a council. I had 2 years at the plan 6 Jelkidako 80 year ako so how many times have you gone to them? Education. Somehow we need to come together. Let me tell you one story. I don't know you heard, but I was involved that we're trying to tell the Navajo Nation. This one grant school, I'm not going to name the school. It was a grant school, a good grant school. The school board themselves took some money, mismanaged the community Bespeda housing. The parents, the one that brought that issue, there's a lot of money missing, mismanagement. No. And we found out that this school board had credit card belonging to the school. So we brought this issue to the chapter house. You know how many, almost 4 years, they finally prosecute. I went to your former superintendent, I forgot his name, but yeah, lady school, they now so it's not our school, it's BIE, no. So how do we enforce it? At the only way we got through was the HEHSC committee. They done Jonathan, Mr. Hale, he was the chair. Abel which it over Jita Ilya. Zahojina Pago Arba Instinto. At that school went back to BIE, which we didn't want to. I mean, what that? So all these people that plan grant school, yeah. So if one of the school is doing that, what enforcement do we have? With it on mission. We went to ethics office. And then you know what they said? That's not ours, our jurisdiction, because of federal fund. So we went to another Window Rock. And then we'll look into it. Then we went to the net education. I personally went into this individual's office, complained. I said, hey, it took 3 to 4 years. Some school, yeah, they're doing pretty good. Because of Plan 6, how do we can stop this? we need to have that some enforcement schemes to lehna akota ne ish ashe. So it in an kitish kilto auto din plan operation general dabaka. But how are you going to enforce that with BIE? Data shared. We mentioned that to Mr. Dearman when we went to Washington, April now. That can happen, but there's 8-0 report. I don't know if they sent a letter. So those things had to. How far are you guys at? We like to see that. To even nachale nalka. Eden and hidesh kilto heha ako Adona le with 1995 up to 03 and die. We used to have a council themselves as education committee dan no auto director. School Board of Education. I'd like to see the Board of Education to go to these schools. The person the house show. Email's not gonna help. Making phone calls not gonna help. You gotta be there too. Hey, so you won't have this problem. Sometimes I think there's too many layers of authority that's in the way. That's how the government established this whole system. Doch het aanhands kies dat hij zo dat die niet zo dat die zo insen. Ako edi got a. Is ja die is een aan dat op een jaar. So we need to come together. Lede band so kies. As twee sani. Dat hij je dat het is. Kodinga je jaben yeta il trand. Shishit bahal shitiki tahan. So in the future, I like to see that even next 3-4 years, we should be helping each other, come out with new plans, come together and ado peso to nenigito. An kinas kinitasto. Eshin ketahatol jish kwe peso holonde. Aton hichita asnita. It yapen hitch at this session at Ani no Senegi, Chair, Madam Chair of Board of Education, though acting. How long are we going to have acting too? My understanding is 164. Oh, has a baham. Okay. I've been asked this kinde. Especially DOJ, you can't. Okay. This chair. Thank you. And I was supposed to be on a resource committee on my one of my chapters on corrective action. So I was listening to my phone. Anyway, also chair, thank you. Asto, Masando, Quasando, Ishni. Thank you.
Yeah, Dan, just not us. Thank you. Kodo Ndadin Kidako. And then the questions, the comments that you made. Nana, Kodoshi, Modina, she not hot dotsihi, Binyana Huidisha Atlako. Shamat Dr. White, Ako Kodo Bahinzi, in regards to board attendance is one of the challenge to know behind the Zendo, what is your recommendation? Are you recommending to reduce the Board of Education? Is that something that HESC needs to address on reducing the Board of Education? Nana, Nana, going on to the next one, Kodo the Boza no I since I've been a council delegate, I've been to a couple of their conferences. At those conferences, Nihina Atikit Hajila Board of Education, Hajila Department of the Net Education. The last two conferences, Dodi has this been on as through video. What ado otskilo. A quaki in your section 2 of your purpose as being a Board of Education, you oversee the operations of all schools. I'll just put it in a nice way. The Boza do Board of Education. We've heard so many different mottos, so many different advices from professors. I don't think one of our professors has asked us to just walk away from an organization that is trying to help. Yahadil esta Halit an hito Yahadil nita to seek and work together with the Boza plus Board of Education plus Stody. Halit kona edo Yahadil nito do Yahadil esto do Yahitata do Halit edo olcheta the need pinta. Halit kwat somebody has to initially take the lead to come together. Even additional Halit zitla Allahadon de Kai Zilsaneliti Sanel Hastra Sanel Beta Ojo be gonna ekeda honit Akoko o Hedil Zidobani Kaito o hot ask it a hoit ato that needs ne hobani kaiko. Oko ela hate okot Saigi the yen which so deals in Nihit Saigi the chi or okot Hedil Zid Hashid what Eshaction Oko Arch a Hajo Okodo Ashon the Hiltoch niche. Di no be Hanate Zeko. What are ben his now question now that it ashot ashabik it that it tea. A hit not nest the snow do get the the sad a hit not nest the shenigi. What are bahash now that it ashon hit the dot nesh. Oko a what are a Nahal chineba eat and the no yale titleko. Kote danet zanegi kote. They need hihigi or hedil to bandi kahako. Akon halchine dot edale. Mr. Harvey the anile. Lady alchine what ya e kaha yo. What haha was this skitle. What hana is nasle. Hala elchine lenito a sihi. Aden what ya e kai. Ha she built the hojon the aden what ya the castle that lohota. Dan da hat sha double the hojon. Ni hije yada ni tita no de castle. Ni hedig at coordinate an the seat leo. O yo saton hinni in the highest tion his the hoye or the other de ni kato el cheta nada de ni pinko. Akon Ashi Kodat Ehoshi. What an haba when not send or list ashon de hajo nish ashon then make the effort to sit down and talk it out and share what needs to be shared with each other with all the different organizations that you're supposed to be working with as in your section 2 as purpose as overseeing all the operation schools throughout the Navajo Nation. Nana, under your section 3 of your goals, ako kodo in section 3 of goals A, the purpose needed education legislations to HEHSC committee. Ako kodo ben that you guys informed us that you like your own HR department. Ako then as Board of Education, Hajalan his supporting resolution. Where's your letter as a Board of Education? Making that request. According to HEHSC AA, we've already probably overstepped you guys, not waiting for that letter because we made it as a HEHSC committee, we made it a priority to our legal counsel to start working with Dodie 2 weeks ago when we had our special meeting here to start getting the paperwork situated to drop legislation to have Dodie be there, to have them have their own human resource department. That's how staff are working on getting those plan of operations, those documents together, working closely with our legal counsel, Ms. Christine Lowe. Nihisha, as Board of Education, we need a supporting document from you guys to attach to the legislation that you guys are in support of and that you guys are in need of addressing that Dodie have their own human resource personnel department. When are you guys going to provide us that document as Board of Education? Adonana, number 2, a request to you guys is there in your PowerPoint you outline the net language. As Board of Education, you guys are informed of the data from the different departments under Dodie of where the need is regarding the net language, the net culture. Again, where is your proposal? Again, where is your letter from Board of Education to your oversight here as HEHSC committees? Where's that document? You need to share that with us as well, coming from Board of Education. Number 3, you indicated that you guys are looking forward to a renovated or maybe even possibly a brand new Department of the Net Education building. That not Board of Education. Submit that information. Where's your letter? As HEHSC committee members, you need to forward those kind of information to us as your oversight for us to move forward on trying to seek funding. As Board of Education, in section 3 of your goal to propose needed education's legislations to the HEHSC committee because under item A, the very first one, Adonana, and under moving on to B, to oversee the operations of all schools serving the Navajo Nation through intergovernmental agreements. You as Board of Education heard section 3 of goals. You're supposed to be establishing those agreements. Or are we at on those agreements with the Navajo Nation, if need to, with certain departments, with the federal, with the state? Where are you guys at? What's your status on getting those agreement established as Board of Education? As HESI committee. Again, we probably overstepped you guys and we went straight to Washington DC already, and that was our response. The response that was provided to us by Mr. Dearman from BIE. We gave it back to you guys again. So what's the status? Where are we at on that agreement? We really need to make sure that that agreement is in place. That way the shared data information is going back and forth between all the entities. Adonana, again, item C, the BOSA, the grant schools, you still have to sit down. Please don't be afraid of each other. Don't be scared of each other to sit down and talk about, and then talk about on how to move forward on training board members, to training educators. That's the only way it's going to work. No, we're not going to get anywhere. Nana, item D. We really need to go back to our quarterly report hearing from Department of Board of Education. We need to go back to that. We need to hear Board of Education's quarterly report. And we'll make it known and put on our agenda that we need to go back to providing that quarterly report, because it really helps. That really helps both ways of where we all stand and how we initiate the plans and move forward by doing some accomplishments based off the plans that you guys provide us as Board of Education. So we really need to go back to that. And at the same time, we really need to go back to providing a report annually to the whole Navajo Nation Council. So we really need to work on that as HESC committee, and then also a Board of Education. Adonana, item E. At this point, how many controls do you have over local control schools? That's a question that I have. If there's any, I don't know if you guys have any control over the control schools. Adonana, item F. What listing do you have to share with HESI pursuing funding to support the Navajo Nation education program? We like to see that as HESI. What listing do you have requesting for funds? If you have that, if you can share that with the HESI committee, that would be very helpful as Board of Education. As HESI committees and then Board of Education to work together, come together for our future leaders, our young children, our young students, our young Navajo kids. Regarding Section 3 goals, board members. If you don't have it, then maybe put it as on something to do as your to-do list for the next quarterly report. Just mention it that you can provide it at the next quarterly report, or if you want to provide it anytime sooner, then great. At this point, I found out that it's just best to have written documents going back and forth. That's the only way things move. We're back on our own merry way the way again. Having that document in written format is very helpful, and that moves things forward. So thank you. Again, I'll go back to you. I know this is a lot, Dr. White. So it's just myself and then also Honorable Toth. You can respond to us, and then I'll go ahead and give the floor back over to the committee members for them to have their additional questions and comments. Adeya, you can just respond to Mr. Toth and myself, and then we'll go down the line that way. Dr. White, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Shija. Do you want these in-person answers, or do you want a written statement to all of these questions? Because there's a lot of questions from both of you, which is good. Do you want it written? And if so, when do you want it submitted back to your office? The answers to these questions. Yeah.
Okay, for my questions, go ahead and respond, written. My question, I'm okay with that. Dr. Latnadish, Dr. Toth. Honorable Toth, Bishan Haidai Nizan Chachin.
Veterinary, so doctor. I'm just kidding, off the record, madam. Well, I think I just go ahead and accept the written report. Okay, so we can continue.
Dr. White, I'd like to ask you how many days time frame do you think you need to respond?
Right now we have our next board meeting, our regular board meeting is set for next week. And the next week, July 5th, a week from tomorrow yet, 6th, we have a regular board meeting. And I can present these questions to the board members and we can come up with a consensus on an answer. So I would say July 10th, that way we can consolidate all the answers into one format. July 10th,
I am perfectly fine with July 10th. Just once you complete it, email it to Ms. Benali and Ms.
Okay.
Thompson, and then they'll forward it to us.
Okay, yeah, I got the questions and I can send it out to all the board members to have them think about it. I'll call next week on July 6th. We can come up with our final answer together as a group.
Okay, sounds good. So you'll be responding to myself, Honorable Toth, and my questions and in written format, which will be submitted in email to Ms. Benali on or before July 10th. So 88 with that. So with that, I'm going to move down the line. Committee members, Honorable Toth, the floor is yours. Questions, comment? Honorable Yanito. Honorable Yanito, Shanella, I'm sorry. Floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Shani, doctor should names. I think I Sunday. Well, thank you for the floor, Chair. Could all, with your reports and all that on the social negi, I have a lot of questions on it, and you probably need to include these in your reports as well. Hiring process, you guys reported that, you need to hire certified teachers at the, and with that in mind, the hiring process requirements, are you guys using these requirements from the state and the federal level? And because it seems like, all these requirements that is required to hire teachers is very high with very low pay here on the Navajo. not so, because another question is that you all administrators, like, did you guys pass these kind of requirement yourselves to administer these standards here? And then with the 164 process that you guys are talking about, it is a time consuming. Will, and then your board attendance, is there a requirement on these members, that, sometime if you miss 3 meeting attendance, there's like requirement for removal, the ordinance. I like to see that too. And then your academic achievement, though, you're saying that Navajo language is lacking in our children, that these Navajo kids are all speaking English. If you're understanding English, you can read and write and talk. We're lacking 95%. The no hadna. That's the questions I have. I don't know these state requirements, there's a difference than Ninigi. We met with the Arizona Department of Education. Over there, the first shot that they report to us is that we were failing in reading, science, math, and our kids are all speaking English now. And then these animals, these wild animals out there in the wild, those animals, they don't speak. That's how I always think. And then they form into a very good survivalists. I don't know what they can hear. We lack that. And then here, you're saying that you guys are here for the better of education, operation improvement. And every time when there's a presentation that come from the education, it's always lacking of communication. That's always the issue. I don't data sharing, the Ningi, with the Bureau of Indian Education now. They're willing to share their data. And that kind of lack of communication, I think you need a report on that. That's where I think it takes place there. Another thing too is investment in our education. I really support that. Yes, because education is number one. It's a number one resource on Navajo. It doesn't matter if it's a Navajo teaching or anything, just like anything is education to stimulate our kids' minds, or even school in us. And my question about like investment, just funds, that your kid, I don't know how much money that you guys get per year, because I'm new at this, and I never thought about education would be in crisis here on Navajo. I always thought that, we have a really good education system, so we can, write grants for it and so forth. Our support is is there some kind of a good plan for improvement to increase, our percentage in our state standards in education? Is there a plan for that you guys have I would like to see that in your written report. Auto in the, show an increase of achievement. How long has this been going on here on Navajo? So HEHSC, I don't really understand that because I'm coming from a different area. Our kids should be way up there right now. I believe that Navajo Nation is pouring fundings into the system. There's no report of how our kids are achieving at these institutions. If you can see a really good achievement, that means that all the institutions are really doing a very good standing. And that way, you can get more money, just like a scholarship. If you have a certain higher academic skill and achievement, you get an automatically scholarship. It's a case, and I can understand the contract management that you guys work with. And I don't know who all those contract managements are. Aided, if it's going to improve our academic achievement, that's a plus. I don't the personnel, not then it goes back to certified teachers and whoever's certified. So you have to have patience. You're training a horse. You had to be patient. If you're mean with that horse is not going to pay attention to you. Oh, it's not, just like that, we need the right people in there with the background check too, those background checks. Do we have a third party that oversees these background checks? I have a question on that one too. On the facilities though, you talk about lacking facilities and you need new facilities. Yes, I haven't visit your facilities yet. I need what, and we have a facility over at Mexican Water chapter, the old chapter house, Head Start. They told me that they're lacking kids enrollment. And then I guess, all our parents, everybody's going away for employment. All these things are combined, like Bon's the case with, kind of analyzing what your reports are. We have technology. So, everything's all technology today that, we can use those to enhance our kids' minds, even like broadbands and now they need kid, all these things, once we get those things, are we still gonna lack, improve our kids? We need to have a plan somehow to work with our kids. Homeschool behind the, at homeschool, you're just going by the state standard. It sounds like, like even with that in mind, with homeschooling, there's not Navajo teaching over there. And then you talk about weaving and so forth. At that presentation, I saw, I experienced some of those presentations. They don't speak Navajo over there. We did the neck. So those are the questions I have, and I'd like to see those in your report, or if you want to respond back to us in verbal, I would appreciate that too. See the chair.
Excuse me while I finish my salad. Chair James, do I have your permission to speak? Oh. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, Shitsile Shana. Ado yat ein hidishnidole, Board of Education, Dr. White, Ado Kodobashan dan Nishigi, the Quishi Nihisokai. Ado she Department of the Education Biado she the Quishi de Nosnishisto. Koden Hanoya. Ado na kid the moe dashin. Esto akut o kwa sasidli. The Department of the Education Biado, the Quishi Dahnajja or the Inish hat no Quidon Hilton Dahanel, na kid a sant tragage as the Koho, Asahigit Aya, at the Qui Goshi, the Navajo Nation Department and Programs, the Quishi, but Ado, dahal neo yisens ado quit down hit na has ado quit down hit in the has it no so the she art hit and the has igi a coho oh yeah bantus case do halit o ado nila johin zinla o co di qua igi ya chin ultra chin no settle Equa ishin na be nad neat jo equa in hasla de qua di bishbata sa anini glenigi HEHSC committee biado ado Board of Education ado Department of Dinne Education ado de Bosba ado de Quigoshin has oko akut ego yego non nish Bahas tiigi ejo inhan hi lianle o kohon hachine neke away no sele kodo hashin soon de notki do naschi ye it edole naschi ye hi nadole quit ego eya ye yisi ben ye eat inle ko oba hansen no hashi that's a oba daddy kai ado kwa ishi o jo na huilna ado biga ha di do hut ida do kut eda kidi no ook at ohenzau hol jish o ne o da dik de o hut o has it's go hot in almost every single Navajo Nation division and program that I witnessed up to this point. Shane, I'm seeing, this is my first look into Navajo Nation divisions and programs. I've never worked for the Navajo Nation, so I don't know really anything. I've worked within, I worked in universities, I worked under nonprofits, I worked in other places. And I'm used to that kind of work cooperation, and I'm used to sitting in a room and really critically analyzing and problem solving. And when I look at the whole Navajo Nation as a whole under divisions and programs, I'm seeing a real lack of problem solving. Ko di kwa ohat out and has the ohat out and has the and nobody really wants to take the next action, really come together with all the responsible parties. There are numerous times just within the past 3 months now as a Navajo Nation Council delegate that I've had to pull different Navajo Nations programs and departments together to have a meeting. When I meet with them individually, that's that shop, so I got tired of it and I said, we have real work to do. I'm pulling all of you in. Then you guys can say that to each other. But I am here to do real work. I'm only here for 4 years, you know, and the people are tired. People are wondering, you know, how that the niche, when are things really going to changed. And so I come back to that, and you know, so my time is I'm finding that I'm pulling people together that really could just, this division and their employees could just walk down a couple buildings. They could talk to each other. They could just walk down, they could just drive down 2 miles from one location to the next and talk to each other and figure things out. Why do I have to come in all the way from Hard Rock to Window Rock, 2 hours one way, and get people together? And I'm really sad that's the state of our nation. And so you know, if folks are not in the position, if the passion isn't there to accomplish what the task is, the mission of what is the job at hand, what are we trying to achieve? If folks don't find passion in doing it anymore, people have to be really honest with themselves and say, maybe this isn't the job for me anymore. Maybe I need to hand the reins over to someone else that's really going to be passionate and that's really going to come and give it their all every day and really pull people together. And that's really evident even in our local chapters and our local communities. And so my last chapter meeting, I really had to say that to the people, that where is that, you know? And the place that I see because the one place that where that real quick thinking, quick planning, quick coming together and quick working is seen in right away. The net skin so he cut out the hotel at all niche H80 yeah, it all was shitty, but they was no. Next thing you know, you have this gigantic operation of multiple kitchens and working people building temporary structures and just this big operation that happens very quickly within a short amount of time. And that's the kind of thing that you know, that helps you in that thinking process. And that critical thinking, that frontal lobe, that prefrontal lobe cortex, right? Those of you teachers, that's the part of the brain we're trying to activate. No, that's really the back of the brain here. That's the survival mode kind of thinking. That I think it's definitely an art form to know how to facilitate, to be a community leader, to bring people together. And I think those same skills are often, it should be, you know, within program managers and supervisors and board of the, you know, education and executive directors, because that's what you're tasked to do, to bring people together to achieve a common goal. And in this case, it's the future of our nation. We have so many critical issues that we're addressing today: the water litigation, the Supreme Court, the decision that they came upon a few days ago, they made on behalf of us and said that they have no obligation to get us a water in a quantifiable amount. So those are real critical issues we're facing every day. And that's why our kids need to be properly educated. That's the future they're facing. And we have to get them to be in those positions to speak and to advocate on behalf of their nations and for themselves and their future generations. Yego, nashilnado, yapansas kesen await nchine, bait koho what's different programs, the under Dodi, you have the Bosba, because people can't seem to work together. Oh, we're gonna break off and create our own division. We're gonna break off and create our own department. No, so and people think that they're their own islands and they're their own, whatever, and nobody's coming back together for that common goal. And so and then the way I think about it, board of education, somewhere, somehow somebody said, well, there has to be this department, and then there's Dodi, then there's the Bosba, then there's, and so, how do we bring everyone back together so we can talk about these student achievements, the student success? The other piece to that, we could just go on and on and on, but I think the real other critical piece to that is our parent engagement, parent involvement. Yet we don't really give that opportunity to them. So yes, they do their part. They actually, if we're gonna acknowledge the most minimal thing they do, is we can acknowledge that they get their child on the bus. So that's parent engagement, that's parent involvement. They got their child on the bus. And so it could go beyond that. There could be real involved with the school. They could really help guide the school in the way that they want their child to be educated. They could be real strong parent groups that hold schools accountable, that hold Dodi accountable, that hold the Bosba accountable, that hold Department of Education accountable. Imagine you had a good, powerful parent involvement group like that. And so those are things that I think about within my communities, that this is what we need to build, that we need to build these groups of people who can really advocate, for their children and how the resources are being used in terms of funding and how do we really get, how do we do a real good language revitalization program. Right now, the president is very much in support of language revitalization, and he's very much in support of signing legislation that gives, that we invest money into that. And so those are, I think as at this point, Dr. Andy Nez and I, and I'm sure other members of HEHSC here, we're really passionate about that. And we also really want to help that process. So the 5-6 months that I'm here within the Navajo Nation, as a leader here, but also trying to work with programs and departments and hearing from those folks. So, and we're doing a real disservice to our kids, when their grades and test scores are saying that they're not learning. And I'm somebody who says that a child can learn. It doesn't matter what their socioeconomic condition is. Don't ever say kids aren't learning because they're coming from poverty. That's not true. That's not true. Any kid can learn given the right conditions, the right environment, the right educator. Any kid can learn. And so I really believe in that. I worked at a school before. I was a school social worker and really, you know, try to help families and their children. And I've advocated for young people as well as parents. And so that's where I come from. And it was very much, I really enjoyed my time there at an elementary school. It was a really, I really enjoyed it. So akot ego o bahadisi kodo and that hashin sogo hinan shitinosen in this the world of education here. We really need to strengthen it. We need to be, you know, we have everything about our culture, everything about the teachings. It is that is higher education. That is very much a whole nother level of education that is beyond any university education to me. And so you know, I always used to hear university of the universe. And when we go to university, we're supposed to learn everything that there is to be learned under the universe, I guess. And the only, but then you go there and you only get one college degree from one program or one discipline, maybe just in science, maybe just in math, maybe just in education, maybe just in social work, maybe being a lawyer. But I think the net education at the root, at the I seen later, but the net education, our Masanet and our Chase, they truly were teachers at the university because they knew a lot about different subject matters. Yet those were probably the most highly intelligent people. So, what's Alban's case, and that's usually how I talk to young people and communities, because we really need to empower them that we're coming from greatness, we're coming from smart people, and so the Belagana colonialism is do ala na kin legal o yun khaila. We question where we're coming from. We question ourselves as a people. We question our language. We question the things we do, and that's what that's done. But I really believe that we can use our education, our language, our culture as a basis. That could be the root and the foundation. And then we can certainly participate in a multicultural world as well and be very proficient and excellent in what we do. So thank you for your time. I took a little bit there. This is a passion subject of mine. And I'm looking forward and hopeful that we change our communities. Communities, we've got to make that change from that point too. So everywhere needs work is all I'm saying. So thank you.
I had Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson, Ado Iai. Ananin Zis Leako, Ado Honorable Yanito Do, Sadnani Z. So with that, I believe Shade, Honorable Helena Nesbigay would also like to ask question and make comments. Shade, Honorable Nesbigay.
Oh, thank you, Chair. So Vice Chair and 25th HEHSC Committee, although our legislative advisors, and although Doty staff, and then the Board of Education. We came together here to communicate with one another, and it's only Nes Sani do has 3 days later. What up on the Hoyta? Oh, big Peg-ego, Hui Nielsen. Ako. And I just listening to everything that you guys are sharing. And Ani, the Nebazad, Ani Bi Haika. There's no doubt about that's happening. Kita e ado the negachian here. Then he that need we're trying to tell them to speak the Navajo language. So hot bansa kesle. Ako she da hot ado the negachian here should that no. Benina punish and I should on hashish. A call what and the other badadi yada this changed up by bayashke. A other says that's ladan sinleko. But you know, everything starts at home. Everything starts at home, and a call. And when we just first started with Dodi Nikitato ni Kayinda Hotishne. Shinle, I represent Bodaway Gap, Copper Mine, the Chi, Kaibito, Tonalia, chapters of Hot Abigetin Shi, Dobertin Dashnish, those do Hashin Sogobevich and Nahoti Yeshil Tahadne. I was a Head Start parent, and then I was a Head Start bus driver. I was a Head Start teacher's aide, and Ado Head Start teacher selling. I worked with the Navajo Nation Head Start back in the 90s. The late 80s into the 90s. Then I worked with the State of Arizona Head Start Association. I was a teacher, and then I was a center director. We have to work with them from a young age. When I was with the Head Start program, employed with the Head Start program, we had Head Start programs, centers going at each chapters. Although we had home-based programs going on the side too. Out of my 5 chapters, only 1 Head Start center is in full swing. They're just on home base. I think we dropped a lot. When I was a Head Start employee, we had the Bodaway Gap Head Start going. The Chi, we had 3 Head Start centers classes going. Copper Mine had a home base. Kaibito had 2 Head Start classes going and 1 home base. Tonalia had 2 Head Start classes going and 1 home base. That's a yo yo yata ho ahante ako ado. We only have one class going and 1 home base. That's how far we dropped. Ako okwa agidori bitlasi tinda Roy Tracy Hobadini. Khalid ahohot idla. So I want some Head Start to start back up in my region. And I see other chapters struggling too. I know Inscription House, I hear complaints about them out there because there are neighbor chapters. Boards like, oh, how you going to Head Start or shut down a lot of centers. I'm glad that we have a parent representative sitting here too. Ako ashon de binda dolnish, binda dilnish. Head Start centers, buildings, oh, they're just boarded up. Ako ado anda ayam el chiniaji o hawada. Pomasanita becheda bja and darkness, all the parents work. We have a Montessori programs that we can go with. Let's start. Oh, you base a teacher. What out? Yahone lot base no. Do dan hit that nego. Njonago chinen dan ni talk at sa university da il talk at sa doctor dan le sa ihashin attorneys dan le. I have students that I taught are out that graduated from universities and now they're living in Oregon, out in Oklahoma, out in California. The postcard even though it's been years. Parent involvement is very important too. Teachers yo it all depends. It depends on your personality and your expression towards the parent. Co-parents, you just need welcome. Just know the parents will come to you. Anything with everything's like that. So yeah, as a parent. We need to really educate our young children at a young age. They're going to remember a lifetime. Adnley High School, the graduate at this. I remember I learned my clan when I was in Head Start. And now kids are not going to Head Start. Some of them don't even remember their clans. That's a big difference right there. Sometimes we don't make time for our kids. The foundation of our education for our children. We need to focus on that. Curriculum on here. Board of Education, Division of Education, the Navajo curriculum across the board. The curriculum it goes across the board. Curriculum. We have some of our children that go to school off the reservation. Like for me, where I live, we have Page Public School right there. I went to go visit that school and there was a Navajo teacher. No, she's a curriculum attend the Navajo teacher in Sledgeno. Do you know if the Navajo Nation have a curriculum? We need to think about them. I even visit Richfield High School. We have Navajo children going to school up there, and they don't even have a curriculum. And they have a residential hall. Curriculum What are you tahwal ato Johinson to? So that's just some of the thoughts that I want to share with you guys. Ato kon halchin such a Beje at the Azdi on Dache. What out the Ale Basada Babik and Nachi Hoshin John go you date your artist. So yo yitanet long. They just need to get a hold of it. And I, for one, sometimes, my girls didn't really, I put them in public school. And so we already labeled that school as Belagani Yajabe Ultra Akon Halchin da Ultra da di non Halchin Yajin or Belagani Yajadasli. Wa Aji Yayadaltio. Nihimasane Baahwalia Shamayego wheelchair Nesta. We're taking turns taking care of her. A day in here. Nihimasane Baahwalia for the weekend with the snow. Next weekend, Himasana Baahwalia dole a car hit and all scales with the snow. Hagushina Aju they got a little Navajo dictionary lay. They look for that word to translate. I thought that was really cute. Joe, what as some of our children make that extra, they make every effort to learn their language. We just need that little boost from us as educators. Halit aba that nila. Akon the books on it there. How she CDs the ban house nil. Na kaije. Alchinya how she na kaije. Egi the house town ha alchinida such a not the hot. Is not also ha ni gear or tourism, but sounds also nothing to do with an English language, because they are from the beginning, as young as they are, they start talking to them in their native language, in their native tongue. I wanted to share with you that, and other school board how often do you bring those other school board from out there? I would like to see that. I would like to sit in one of those meetings or a little conference that you might have. You guys might have some ideas that you can share with them. So Adi, that they're the ones that are in the field too. Maybe if you bring them in all at once, all under one roof, I just wanted to share that with you guys, and it's a good time to talk about this. It's on the you don't know. Just like when you say something to your kids and they don't respond back to you, and I'm not a mind reader. That's just how it is. We all need to communicate. E ba it to honey sagon jonago iliagon has tweeto sani selnide. This gindi do hot ehige hot eda. Shamahin what you need and net bets his Mihilak ehatatizla. Shouldn't Nihland air. Sad you see be hashked or yin hits out or tadajdini dobeninag alchine what etchinilene. What end Hajo alchinibit yat he does shop at no shield or jonago get a dot king lord. The what out in Nashiaja show quash aware. Jo e bahat kabahat den chiniaja bit a baby hat dot sehi. Shinet shiaja. Doti nida sitli e badatitza. Lata is sani do hak eti kaltan de shine she away hatnile. E be hashin so be hanachita na halona chota leko. La ani ilchiniajiga ultra neta ultra pomado beje etaten. So they look for that love, for that hug. As an educator, you know what I'm talking about. Ako ya, akwat elto. Ado amado oje en lenid elto sat o you do skit na has tada. As Akwat end hajo obje ya atki do it's archin jonago obje ya atki o kubel behos and do it is sino that ni se helto alchine. Adon hit so the zanin the dohajo be bebinabat and tin the alton halchiniaja. Argent and antin what Shamashanal Sana Hochinile Sane Equagi when how stove benagi qua in nasilla. Has queen it all don't know what it's in the saad of shovel sella hadn't hidden not done hidden estra. Conli says compate the benak heitan hidon needle door. Jo eben natche in antkin, says the benak heitan antkin. It's ado. That's therapy for our children too. Ashin so na gaigi. What ba hochilia but you know china nanchin oko. Bespahos and dohonaso. Yo yitli pizza ile. Shalt the bellagan e hashin li chai yajin e jahle jialtio. Nain tinle. John hito what at the nenit lenin hilling hallo. What echo. Once ago in Hijan Hasti do here. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Nana, Shadet, Honorable Nesbigay. With that, committee members, are there any other questions? Committee members, if there's no other questions, comment, I'd like to add some more additional comments here in regards to the hire of the superintendent of schools. I know that there's been concerns and issues, complaints about positions of the superintendent, assistant superintendent, and then also now for Head Start assistant superintendent. And I think it's very important that a lot of these concerns that are coming from staff, personnel, needs to have some sort of a point of contact or process Right now, there is no process in place. If a staff complains or brings up issues of their administration or of their superintendent, it just goes and stops there. And what process do we have beyond there? There's been comments that have been made to where, you know, go ahead, do it. You know, OPVP, they love who I am. They like my leadership. Go at it, do it. See what you can do. These are some of the comments that are coming from administrations of Department of the Net Education. And so when it comes to that point, who did they address it to? Because apparently it's not being addressed. Apparently it's just coming back down to the retaliation. And I really stressed this during our special meeting to please not indicate to your staff that they can't talk to council delegates, that they shouldn't be speaking to their council delegates. And so I will continue to bring that up because we always have employees coming to us with concerns of administration, concerns of leaderships. And all we can do is try our best to assist. So what processes there in place to where an administrator is not taking care of the matter and is not moving forward with the matter because it involves the administrator? Or is there a policy that helps the staff to go beyond their administrator to provide more additional information, comments, and concerns? So Kwaki, I think it's very vital and important that we try to make sure that these positions are filled in a timely manner. And I'm supportive of the process of going on your own as doing your own human resource department, but it all lies on the staff. It all lies on administration at this point. It's all in their hands. And so if they can do it, they can do it. If they can't, then I guess we continue just to work with Department of Personnel Management. So it's upon the administration staff of how they're going to move forward with adopting that plan of operation. And then moving on to the PowerPoint that you have brought up regarding the Office of the Background Investigation. We did pass a legislation, provision legislation regarding background checks that they can be hired and during their 90 days process to complete their background checks to eliminate a favorable or a non-favorable background check until to be hired. So now they can come on board. So we passed that provision legislation, and Department of Personnel Management is working on their personnel policy manual to make those adjustments and to make sure that that's in the manual to so have the departments accommodate and in that way of the legislation. Ado, Nana, going to your PowerPoint slide of this statute of DOTI and programs plan of operations. Just know that budget season is coming up. Budget season will be in that routine here soon. And so in that, I request to Department of the Net Education and then Board of Education to make sure that your plan of operations, your resolutions are attached in your binders for each of the programs. I do have 5 new council delegates that sit on the HEHSC committee. And so they need copies of these resolutions, plan of operation, per program, so that they are aware of how all of this budget process will go forward and move forward. The 5 delegates will be their first time going through this budget season. All we keep saying is budget season's coming around, budget season's coming around, and so we just say that and and they haven't really experienced it, but that's one of the areas, and I appreciate you attaching that listing because it helps me to know which resolution numbers that I would be looking forward to, and then also your resolutions from Navajo Nation Board of Education. Make sure that the programs have those updated. In the past, we've have table budgets because plan of operations, resolutions, such sorts were not updated, or they didn't have one in place. And I don't want Department of Education to fall in that category and delay your whole budget process. So make sure all of those are all up to date and all in place as well. And then I also want to thank you for attaching the power slides for the BOZA responsibility, the 2 responsibilities, and I think vice versa. No matter what we say, you guys are all still on the same page of the organizational chart. You guys are still under the same organization title. You guys just need to come together and work together. You guys all, I mean, I don't know how else to explain it to you guys, but you guys really, somebody just needs to say, hey, you know what? Let's put our difference aside and let's go approach the BOZA. Come on, let's be adults and let's just sit down and let's talk. And so that just needs to happen. And so based off your org chart, or that was the org chart that I received from Superintendent Miss Claudia Edgewater. So ADA during their orientation. And I do like the information. I do look forward to the information regarding the homeschool curriculum. That would be some sort of good information to have on my end to determine how we can assist as HEHSC committee members. We really don't even put any funding aside for any of these homeschool students nor parents. And I don't think we've done that in the past before as well. And so how do we assist our Navajo children that are being homeschooled? How are we assisting them? So that's a very interesting discussion that I would like to have at the state level. We did also provide Superintendent Edgewater the information that we received when we met with Superintendent Tom Horn for the state of Arizona. We did provide that information. And then at the same time, through that collaboration efforts, we also received some hotspot tablets, and that was awarded to students at Ganado Unified School District. And so we made that initiative, and what initiative should we move forward with this homeschool and coordinating with the higher education courses. So that's some very good information that I would be looking forward to that homeschool curriculum and the data information that you guys will have. So those are my last comments. And again, my comments, my questions, you guys can respond back through written form. Since Honorable Yunito, Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson, and Honorable Helena Nesbigay did not indicate that, so I will give you the floor back to respond to them verbally regarding their questions and comments. So the floor is yours, Dr. White.
Nana, yeah, Shaja. With the questions from Ms. Simonson, Ms. Nesbigay, and Mr. Yanito, do you want that verbal or do you want it written? Let me ask you that first. Because if we do a written, all of the questions that were given from Mr. Toth and Mr. James A, I'm going to share that with the rest of the board. There, some of them are not here. And we want to, our next meeting is going to be next week, so we can come up with a consensus for an answer and then have it back to you all in a written form by the Monday of July 10. Akutashi, we can email it back. That's the option there. Akutash Danielson.
I think my colleagues here all agree that they would be happy with a written report back. But Chair James, can I add on to your question on the homeschool? Thank you. So Ms. White, and also this might be addressed to Dodie too. So going back to homeschool curriculum, I've actually homeschooled my kids for a couple of years, but for those that I know that a lot of kids left school during the pandemic and just probably didn't find, couldn't just, for some reason, a lot of them also couldn't return to school, having left the school situation after the pandemic. So so a lot of them, I know some kids that are not in school right now. And so I think there has to be more resources within our Navajo Nation departments and giving that support and guidance to parents that say that they want to homeschool their children. And from what I remember in homeschooling my children, I definitely created my own sort of curriculum activities that they were all really just hands-on interactive activities. I don't think I really made them, you know, sit down with any paper and pens. But at the end, when my kids decided that they wanted to actually go back into school only because of sports and probably their social well-being, I had to make a report card, like a report card. And so I kind of just looked on, I Googled it and I was like, how do I make a report card? So I kind of created my own like class and what kind of grade I was giving them and whatever. And then submitted that to the school and said, okay, they completed this grade 5, 6, and 7. These are this is the content I covered. So they accepted it, you know, and then, you know, they enrolled as the next whatever grade I said they should be enrolling in. But I know that parents don't have, some of them don't have, you know, the ability to do that. So, and then some of them don't know you can do that. So there are kids that are home now. I'm sure they're learning, you know, different things on their own. I think today kids learn a lot from YouTube. There's actual, it could almost be a school, I think. And when you people go to YouTube for a lot of things. They learn how to change parts. They learn how to fix this, fix that on YouTube. So even that could just be university in itself. I can be graduate of YouTube University or something. I don't know. But so I think if we give them, you know, if we could really provide the opportunity for those parents to say that, you know, help them creating that report card and what kind of records they should kind of keep on hand, and all the way, say they want to homeschool all the way through high school and actually graduate them from their homeschool, you know, and 12th grade, you know, what kind of paperwork should they have, and could that be a support offered by Dodie, or, you know, and so they can you get those transcripts created, so then it's applicable, and then if the child should want to go to college, they can get into university or college, whatever, trade school. So that would just be my in addition to creating the homeschool curriculum, I think there's other supports needed for parents. Yeah, so you could host like a homeschool education fair of some sort. I think that would be nice, and get parents together.
So Dr. White, floor is yours for response.
Thank you, Nana Hat. I appreciate all the questions and comments that from all the council delegates. Alchine banjit the case and it's you can't do it by yourself. You can't do it even with others helping you. It's still hard. Hala inna alchine be inna beniye. And to the case la aho alchine na hala aho het suida aho nala na hala. But to the case at aya naso jogathala. So thank you. And again, like I said, there's a lot of questions and recommendations and comments, and I appreciate that. And I know our board appreciates that too, and we can get together and come up and answer those concerns and questions that you do have. And resolutions that nindigi ashiane bedas ondolish and we really and nita dohne working together. Hindi jawda in the school, you kids get into a fight, get into trouble, you bring them together for mediation and you resolve it and then you move forward. And we'll work with the BOSBA and other agencies so that we're all working together for the sake of our kids. And our kids are the ones that and we need to model it as well. So so I appreciate that. Other than that, I'm not going to address any specific questions at this time, but I'm going to work with us as the board member team to come up with the answers and some recommendations and others to address all of what you said for us.
Hakwashina Ikea sit Dr. White for that. Board of Education. Any one of you guys want to make a comment, response, anything? Ash, it's not Ash. Ash in the microphone, that's all, huh? Mr. Spencer Willie?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Health and Human Services Committee, board members, as well as staff. Just a recommendation. I don't want to address any of the questions. As we said, we would go ahead and respond in writing as a board, but just a recommendation in the future. I know previously with the HEHSC committee, we were able to have a joint work session where we just there was no formalities to it. We could just have clear dialogue. We could have discussions about all the different topics related to education and things, and it was informative and exchange of information. Whereas in a formal meeting that seems to be more structured, there's not a free flowing of discussions. And actually, as a board, we have to wait until we can formalize a response, especially in a formal meeting, as to what those questions, how to answer those questions. And so just in the future, I know this was planned, from what I understood, it was supposed to be a work session between the two committees, your committee as well as the Board of Education. So, but then we were told it's going to be a formal meeting. So that then changes everything on our parts on what we can be able to do and how we can discuss. So just in previous times, we've been able to have work sessions that allowed for that free flowing of information and discussion about topics. Thanks.
Ms. Joan Gray.
With permission to speak, it's Nana Quaggy, Shana da House Agi, Doshin Klakano da Ebenacha, and Himaron Hijed, Niklana Chado, Big I not no non just some humor, right? Is she only tough love or you're not the some but the numbers on hit that Nikla and the other then that's national what the Nikla. just some humor for everybody. Yeah, it's a I want to say ani do hehe in kitchen that has so it's not ani da no senigi ado HEHSC members committee. I just want to say that a little bit about myself, that I made connection with a lot of the things that you guys are addressing as we speak. I am in the education field for 19 years. I worked with K to 8 students. Do nek igi go banhaten nahalin as a parent, a manchlo. As I observed and have gone into these classrooms, the language, culture, and history. I do want to say, I have guilt here only because Western society it's a very competitive world out there. Don off the reservation, I told my kids that learn the Western society way. Non-nation ziliki den khawallo. Khala khodin khalchinin hidahan to dasta de nene bahaten yego bahaten. I'm very guilty for saying that to my kids, yes, but I see the improvements in their lives. And the net aro yo yotahos the net only because when I did walk into parent conferences and did visits in the classroom, like one of my colleagues had mentioned, that they were only learning their clans, they were only learning the days of the weeks and the weather, nothing in deep conversation. Every day, was very repetitive. Very basic stuff. As an educator, curriculum, as a team, as a collaborative team, we have discussed that about having our own people build our own curriculum for our schools here on the Navajo Nation. It has been conversation. As an educator, teaching 7th and 8th grade students, some of this goes back into the classrooms only because we're professionals. We should be able to build our own curriculum within the classroom. Just as I have done with my 7th and 8th graders, the history of our Navajo Nation, with parallel Ishla. So it's possible as an educator, it's what the educator would like to, what the outcome of what their student learning is. So I want to say thank you to the Navajo Nation Board of Education. Since I have been aboard in 2019, I've seen a lot of improvements, a lot of collaboration within the team, and I really feel that we're headed in the right direction. And even more so, I feel that there's going to be a lot more progress from our department or from our board once we all come back together to have this very productive meeting. And I want to say thank you to the HEHSC committee as well for the constructive criticism, as we take that back and embrace it and grow from it and learn from it, so we can set these foundations for our educational system. So your parent Chair Heinze from experience the parents up board members at the school level, administrators. Those are our stakeholders that are being mistreated. Our students Obadacho Baye. Khalid Aula. Nihip Navajo Nation Board of Education. We do what we can to listen. Benino. We need to listen to our stakeholders, and my recommendation to my colleagues in front of the HEHSC board members is I challenge our team to have these board meetings, Navajo Nation Board of Education meetings at local levels, so we can listen to the parents, so we can listen to the stakeholders who are the educational who work in the educational system. Parents. It shouldn't. Especially with the 2 years that we've been in this pandemic. But yet these administrators at the school level, these school board members at the school level don't want to listen to our parents, don't want to listen to our children. You wipe your tears away with these parents, these kids. I want to see these board meetings go down to the local level so we really know what's going on at the local level. That's where our foundation is. And so, I apologize, but you know, parents and our children are very sentimental to me. And I'm out there in the community listening all the time to our parents, what they're going through. Thank you very much for, you know, bringing some of those concerns up to us and redirecting and reconnecting our people.
Thank you. Ms. Gray, for those comments, and then also Mr. Willie. Thank you for the comments. And then addressing certain parts of the agenda that was specified, and also beyond that. I appreciate that. Put out a adole a nation leco ako hiha to be shohnaj nitsi to be ata anakuj nitsi ako hiha Jonia Adonana to Mr. Willie in regards to a joint work session ako aani a today and tomorrow. It was indicated as a work session, but as chair, when it comes down to work session, there's really no directives that we could make in a work session. And so when it comes down to it, it's just a meeting, just a real quick sit down, and there's no directives. Just a real quick orientation update, that's about it. But if we have our regular meeting or during the special meetings, then we're able to provide directives. We're able to provide those guidance, and then with the assistance with our legal counsel being in attendance as well. So there's a difference between work session and the regular meeting. I know it's tough sometimes following the format and the procedures that are laid out as the rules of the HESC committee meetings, but we will look into it again and see if it, how we can address this on joint work session. And then again, it's not mandatory for HESC committee members to be at these work sessions. So there's other priorities that come into play on a daily basis for us, with certain meetings that come up on a daily basis. And sometimes we have to take precedence over work sessions to be at those work sessions. So there's some pros and cons to it, and that is the reason why we scheduled our meeting and in our agenda, Board of Education. That way you have the presence of us as HESC committee members during our regular scheduled HESC meetings, which is every Wednesday. And so and we wanted to move forward to tomorrow to have another special meeting for tomorrow. But again, like last Friday, we got wording of the Nabak-Iyat meeting that's going to be taking place tomorrow regarding Chaco Canyon. And I went down the listing with my HESC committee members, and at the time going and reviewing, there was only going to be 2 HESC committee members that would have been here for tomorrow's meeting if we had it. So there's several other meetings that are functions that are happening tomorrow. So that's where we're all being stretched thin, and I appreciate you guys coming out and addressing your concerns, your issues, your challenges, your platform as Board of Education to the HESC committee members. And I appreciate that we got to see each other. We got to break bread and look at each other and say, oh, okay, now I know. But it's good to put the name with the faces. And that's what we were missing. That's what we were trying to figure out. Who are the Board of Education members? Who are they? How? What do they do? What is their function? How are they in there as Board of Education? So it was great to see you guys, and it's great that you guys all showed up. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. But I know there's a lot of work that we all need to tackle, and that's what we're here for. And hopefully majority of it we can accomplish. I know we can't accomplish all of them, but anything is possible, you know. And we never know what could happen. So some of these concerns and issues are from the previous administration, from the previous councils. Some go back to 2, 3, 4, 5 council backs, that these concerns and issues are still here that haven't even been addressed yet. So we're still trying to address and trying to make those accommodations and trying to make those goals, to meet those goals. And so so I thank you again very much. And then I also want to really extend my appreciation to Samasane Interim Superintendent, Ms. Claudia Edgewater. Again, you and your team for setting up and working with our staff to setting up this meeting. You didn't take no hesitation when we asked you, you know, we really need to sit down with the Board of Education. How can you assist us? Can you provide us that assistance with you and your team to set up this meeting? Because we really want to know who are the Board of Education. We would really want to know what is their role, what are they doing, what have they done up to this far since they've taken office as Board of Education. And so we're moving in that direction to give us that guidance, and then to give us that orientation and have that understanding of how we are supposed to be working together as HESC and Board of Education and DOTI on behalf of our NAVHO children. So I don't know, I will give you some time, DOTI, if you guys like to say anything, comments, questions, and so forth. But we will look forward to addressing on how we can move forward doing a joint work session. I think Mr. William wants to do a 2-day work session. And so I don't know if it's 2 days, 1 day, 3 day, and so forth. And so and then of course we just heard the news of the withdrawing of the emergency resolution that was in place. So now everything's going to be conducted in person. From council until there's some sort of a legislation that's dropped that indicates, these meetings can be in person or not in person, or can be by Zoom or teleconference and so forth down the line. Until we have some sort of information of that sort, then we can move in that direction. But as of now, we're back to the way we used to operate before the pandemic. So so I think I don't know, right now I'm just like speechless, because I just received an email from NDOT that the road from Burnside to Cornfield Federal Highway awarded us $20 million. So I'm just excited over here, and I'm just like, yes. So I'm really excited. So that's going to be worked on. So I'm ready to work on that one again. It was a lot of work. It was a lot of effort that we all took into play to get that funding, a lot of advocacy that we did at the Federal Highway at Washington, D.C. office. And I don't know, I'm just so excited that it's all jumping back here, but over here, I'm trying to concentrate on you guys at the same time, because that's long overdue regarding N15, that route from Burnside to Greasewick. So, but Dodie, Superintendent, would you like to say something, or your staff? Shimasana?
Oh, thank you, Honorable James, thank you. HEHSC Committee and the Board of Education. It's really enlightening to sit here and just observe, and the dialogue that's taken place this afternoon and part of this morning. So I guess with us, when we've come together as a team, that was our initiative, was to get everybody at the table so we all know what we're doing, and we create goals, and we have an end goal in mind. And, at the end of the day, or the end of your term, to have something to show for. I think having the intentions of coming to the table with the end goal of mind of benefiting students in Navajo education. So it's very evident that we're all here for the betterment of education for students and to really thrive for the Navajo Nation, just elevating Navajo education to the next level. So I appreciate everybody's time and taking time out of your day to be here. The individuals who are online, thank you for tuning in as well. So I think it's a great idea to have a work session, a 2-day work session. I would suggest or recommend that we put those dates down at least today, so that way I know our calendars all fill up in the next couple of months. So at least we're able to move forward on this. I think it would be beneficial to have it within the next month or so, because we're closing out our fiscal year, and then we're going to be entertaining the new budget season as well. So I think the things that we really need to, I guess, identify or focus on is our goals. What would we like to achieve? Because we'd like to align everything at Doty, and being able to have our fiscal management in place, have our goals in place, and everything else will complement our initiatives for the Department of Education, the Human Education and Education and Human Service Committee, and the Board of Education. But once again, thank you guys for having us here and letting us be a part of this conversation. Joe, yeah.
Shanana Sindole. This is again Derek Franklin. I think this is very important. I've been with Doty since 2011, and every time there is a new HEHSC committee, we always meet with that committee to discuss various educational initiatives. So I think for this 25th Council HEHSC committee and the Board of Education, I think this is a good meeting to continue to discuss the education system of the Navajo Nation and to move forward. There's a lot of things that need to be updated. particularly in Title 10, and then how we further assist our schools here on the Navajo Nation. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done, and I'm willing to partake in moving forward. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll stop there and I'll hand the mic over to my colleague. Yeah.
Yat nana shido go hadisi. The Navajo language and culture OU Arnold Skodat Aba Atasotzi ko shido ahot answers case ko Rashinen Lenigi kote ayusipinjil nisho ya which il sell a yonsi il case ako here we were short, so we started off short staff on adnilt a connected nation day adeya we were short 2 staff 2 SES ako what end one of the things that our department that I noticed everybody's motivated and innovative. So ebe bonitle dido ahot anish equagi the administration team linigi as you notice that the nebish she's like that. She's always smiling and make us laugh. Be bonnet linigi be bonnet long. We're really willing to put an effort. And she ended that it's my 2nd year. So ayu a haset ko did Jashin in da kado do the yo bananish yitahon do ya tahonzen don junako eya ye yadal tio sato igato e ohos anko hot eya bahonsen akoti dene ngalchinen lenigi lede assess it on John ani bezadgi e do ye yadaltkita asi huyate do ede hot eda le traditional practitioners de linigi in one of the things that I know from this experience is not all children are college material. Some should be traditional practitioners. It's a really higher order thinking that they have. They know a lot. Dik at bayalt ki ikiti atrota dohnenigi jo bespahad zindolis. So the zinlini bespahad zindolis ye hadot ziki it eye be baat hazd idolis di nkhashin lenigi ahut yen ni kana luo. Kojiko ani belagana yenan tiniki ya stop spahazindoli. So we need a variety. Guess that's what I'm saying. Ako what ya so ope hadisi do here.
Thank you all. Thank you all for your time. Just a couple quick notes. Sitting here at the sidelines, listening in, being that like fly on the wall. There are a lot of things that have been misinterpreted based on the systems that we operate in. So I would just caution and actually would really encourage that work session, because there are some errors in understanding, just to be frank. We, as the Department of Education, in effort to become and to enact our sovereignty to be an SEA, are similar to we do this function similar to Arizona Department of Education, New Mexico Public Education Department, et cetera. At that level, you do not see teachers necessarily being employed to no, let me take that back. The Arizona Department of Education does not employ teachers to teach in schools. That is a school or district responsibility. So there are a couple of things that I think during that work session, we can map out with visual representations of where we actually sit within the system of public, because that's different than the BIE operated, and that's different from the tribally controlled schools, and that's different from the charter schools, and that's different from the parochial schools. So we actually do the work and are involved in all of those school systems. So it's really important that I think that understanding is solidified. Another thing too is that affects every single thing that we do. So when we talk about homeschooling, accreditation is a huge part of homeschooling, because kids can't actually go to college if they don't have a transcript from an accredited institution. And if you want to be a part of an accredited institution, it needs to be a public school, and it needs to be an online program that has accredited status. So in that sense, you can't really just pull a kid and teach them at home and expect them to be able to go to college unless there are some parameters in place. So that's just a quick example of some things that we would really need to ensure understanding is there. Lastly, just again, thank you for the time. A lot of the things that are on the agenda today are, well, not a lot, but some of them are and can be interpreted as like department or program level, I don't want to say issues, challenges, or like these are the things that we do every day, daily operations. And if you think about it that way, the daily operation of HR, again, you would not see Arizona Department of Education talking about an individual school. You would not see them talking about a grievance from a school. You would not see. So I think there's like some kind of broad understandings that we can come together to really understand this work. There was a question earlier of if we are confident, are you confident to be an SCA? And I hope I don't step on anybody's toes here, but as one person that has been dedicated to this department for 4 years now, I can absolutely say that, yes, we're confident, because there's no more time left. This work has been started in the 70s, and we have a law in place that needs to be updated from 2005. I am tired of these types of things where we constantly seem to reiterate the same types of stuff, when if we could invite you all to see our daily work and to come to some of these meetings, I think it would really help to see the work that is happening towards that SCA status. There are tons of barriers. It's not easy, but those are just some things to say, like, please know that we are confident. I am confident. I will speak for myself. I am confident that this work can be done, because that our kids' lives are at stake. Like there's nothing else. So thank you.
Chair James. Yeah. No, I just want to say thank you. I'm confident enough to stay here with the nation at this point. If it does not move forward, I think professionally, it doesn't feed the passion some of us educators have. We go back to status quo. We go back to these that. Oh, we're showing that. You know, we hear those things, and policies have changed. Funding has changed. Head Start operates off federal legislation, federal mandates, Head Start performance standards. Those are constantly being updated. So to carry the $22 million annual budget for a program that covers the state of West Virginia with 85 centers, you know, as a management team, we ask for accountability. We ask for accountability from our people in the field. What is it? Not on it, not on it. Oh, that's all we hear. And, you know, some of us, you know, Head Start has had a tumultuous history. And you really look at the philosophy of Head Start to change the lives of children, to give them a high road, high road, so our children don't have to suffer. Yeah, poverty. Poverty has sickness, has addictions, has dysfunctions, all these things. And so Head Start's job is to try to give those children that opportunity and empower parents to become advocates of their children's education. We train them, they go into policy council, they go into school district board representation, they run for council, they run for chapters. That's our job. And then we also try to give our children a head start, ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. That's not enough anymore today. We need to do more. How do we take a child from a home? How do we take that child out and provide a safe learning environment, good nutrition, good health, oral hygiene? How do we create partnerships with IHS counties, LEAs, school districts, so we can provide those type of well-rounded, comprehensive services? So when we make critical decisions, we ask, I'm asking as this, I'm not as Roy Tracy, but as the assistant superintendent, how do we ask accountability from our staff when our staff don't necessarily want to improve services? Personnel policy manuals class. We have to use it. We have to work with DOJ. We have to internally look at those type of things and make the decision. Do we reprimand? We train. And so how do we create accountability at the agency level? That's what I ask of the directors. You have to be accountable. This old school Head Start mentality doesn't exist anymore. We have to change with modern times, Ziki. And yes, that's being affected too. So how do we build immersion? How do we build good curriculums? And so these are some of the things that Head Start's facing. So in that construct, I think it's, you know, there's funding. I put the responsibility back on the community. As stated in the performance standards, the chapters have to invest with the facility, for example. Today, I'm advocating at the federal level to get, you know, funding for federal facilities. So these are some of the challenges that we're asking for. And I think, you know, with your support and your advocacy, I hear good discussions. and from our delegates here, and I appreciate that. And I just ask for more support and to help the Head Start program. And for data and statistics, those things, we have amendments that are needed in Title 10. They need to be upgraded. And so we have those as well. And I've given that report too. So I want to say, thank you for working with us, speaking to us, and I ask for your support. Here, James.
Altoya. Dodie. Okay, Head Start. It'll be another very interesting meeting. Oh, how you concerns? So I know there's a lot of things that needs to be addressed with now for Head Start and other departments as well. So the work session on as HEHSC, we have the HEHSC committee has the most departments that we deal with. I think HEHSC has took on that challenge, and so all the other committee members, they have less departments to deal with. So we know that we're gonna always, please know that we as HEHSC are gonna always get some sort of complaints and concerns and issues, no matter what. And so although we try our best to put it on record, that way it's there on behalf of our now full employees. And again, I just want to thank you. If there's no other comments that Board of Education would like to make, or any other comments from HEHSC committee members, we do have a motion on the floor. Motion made by Honorable Curtis Yanito and second made by Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson to accept the report that was several hours ago. I don't know what time that one was at, but we're here now. So if there's no other questions, comments, going 2 times, 3 times, I will call for a roll call vote, and this is only for in-person voting only. So Honorable Toth, Green, Honorable Unito, Green, Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson, Honorable Nez Begay, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez is excused. So with that, we do have 4 committee members in favor, 1 excused, absent, and chair not voting. So with that, again, thank you, and we will look forward to your written response on July 10th or before July 10th. Thank you again. You are hereby excused from the HEHSC committee meeting today. Dodie and Board of Education. So with that, moving on to item number 6, new business. There is no old business. There is none. Item number 7, new business. There is none. 8, we are at the close of meeting. Announcements. My announcements are going to be regular meeting July 12th. Now for Nation Council summer session, July 17th through the 21st. Regular meeting, July 26th. Committee members, we do have a representative from Elmo and would like to host the next HEHSC committee meeting in Elmo. So with that, I don't know which date you guys would like to meet in Elmo, New Mexico. HEHSC committee members, if it's going to be July 12th or July 26th, or sometimes in August. Committee members, Khashint Aban Soke Shashin, Khan Ashin Khatabiga Shashin to meet out in Elmo, New Mexico. So AD, Honorable Toth.
Thank you, Chair, members. I think my recommendation will be the last part of June. July, since after summer's session. Wednesday, kuna biga. That's my recommendation.
Okay.
Curtis Shanal Gaten. Thank you.
Nisha Honorable Unito. July 26th, okay with you? Yeah, Ms. Benali. In New Mexico. Yeah. Okay, so no date has been confirmed yet regarding superintendent of school with New Mexico. So we did send the request over to Ms. Patty Williams and then we gave her some dates. So that could be one of the dates that we could be meeting with them there as well in New Mexico. At least if we all agree on July 26th, that at least we'll be close to them. So AD what Nisha Shade, Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. $100 non sauce sauce the nina. July 26th. At Elmo School. They on the east side, south side, southwest of Albuquerque. Norman Bickey. Norman Bickey, she bought that deal. The other deal says other. July 26th. July 26th. Nashade, Helena. July 26th. July 26th in Elmo. Yeah, it'll be a regular HEHSC meeting. So Kotela July 26th, Shindole. Hanet Shin Hanat Astole. So we'll just need some strong internet. And then work closely with our staff, Ms. Benali and Ms. Karen Thompson. So you guys can probably exchange information. Yeah, so if you can come see Ms. Benali and give her your contact information, and we appreciate the invite to go out to Elmo, New Mexico on July 26th. So with that, there's no other announcements besides trail rides that will be happening. I believe Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson is going to do a trail ride coming from Hard Rock chapter. And that will be the week of July 10th. Okay, July 14th, Shindo Lekako. So that's the only announcement. That's the only announcements that we have. That's the only announcement that we have. There's Ms. Benali. Oh yeah, Ms. Edgewater. Ado Aja joint work session. Nina. Are we still going with 2 days? 1 day? Board of Education? Or are you going to put that back in your written response. Okay, so that will come back in the written response then, with some suggested dates and location, I guess. So 8 Hwadoni. No other announcements. With that, I will call for a motion to adjourn. Motion made by Honorable Toll, second. Honorable Spencer Willie. Honorable Helena Nesbigay seconds that. So with that, are there any other questions? No questions? Mr. Tracy? Oh, okay. All right, then. So with that, no questions. Roll call vote for adjournment here at 2. Honorable Toll, green. Honorable Unito, green. Honorable Vice Chair, green. Honorable Helena Nesbigay, green. And then Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, excused absent, and Chair not voting. So with that, we have 4 in favor, 1 is excused absent, and Chair not voting. We are hereby adjourned at 2:01 p.m. Thank you. HEHSC in Chicago. Have safe travels home.